Hello and welcome to Pabbly. So today we are going to discuss the top 15 Google Calendar automations that you can set up with Pabbly Connect. So as we all know, Google Calendar is one of the most popular and most used calendar application used by a lot of people. And here are the top 15 things the users can automate related to Google Calendar with Pabbly Connect. Whether it can be connecting your Google Calendar account with your CRM application or sending the updates of the new Google Calendar events to your team members on WhatsApp, Slack, Telegram and all. Basically, the possibilities of automation are endless. So without any further delay, let's start with this complete guide and understand in a step-by-step process that how you can use and set up all 15 of these automation all by yourself.
Hello everyone, welcome to Pabbly Connect. Today in this video, we are going to integrate two software applications, Telegram and Google Calendar. So the use case here is, whenever there is a new message in Telegram, we want to create an event in Google Calendar. First, let us know what these two software applications are all about. So Telegram is a messaging app, whereas Google Calendar helps you to schedule your appointments, meetings and events. So the problem here is that Telegram and Google Calendar don't have any integration between them, and that is why we are going to use Pabbly Connect, a third-party application software to integrate both these software applications. The best part here is you don't require any knowledge of coding. So let me show you this on my screen.
Okay, so here I am at Google and now I'm going to go to this URL section over here and I'm going to type pabbly.com. Okay, so this is the website of Pabbly and now we are going to go to this product section over here and here you can see Connect. So I'm going to click on it. Okay, so now we are going to sign in. Now because I have already signed in, that is why I am here. You can also sign up for free in just 2 minutes. Here, I'd like to mention one more thing. You can try out this integration in Pabbly Connect absolutely free. So if you want, you can create your account now and set up your own automation. The link is available in the description box below the video. So I'm going to scroll down now and here you can see Connect. So I'm going to click on Access Now. Okay, so this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect and now we are going to create a new workflow. So I'm going to click over here. So let us name this workflow as Telegram to Google Calendar. Okay, so this is the trigger dialog box over here when this happens. So you have to choose an app over here. You can add action steps by clicking on this plus button from here. So now you can see Telegram to Google Calendar. So here we want to integrate Telegram with Google Calendar using Pabbly Connect. So what we are going to do is, first we'll integrate Telegram with Pabbly Connect and then we'll integrate Google Calendar with Pabbly Connect. So here I'm going to choose Telegram. Okay. So now in choose method, you can see set webhook or watch updates. So this is the trigger method over here. Okay. So now here this is the trigger, set webhook or watch updates. Now you will ask me that what is trigger? So trigger can be said as happening of an event. So here the trigger is set webhook or watch updates. So in many other cases, you can see many other trigger methods as well. In case you don't get the trigger method of your choice, you can contact us at admin@pabbly.com and our team will help you to create your trigger method of your choice. Okay, so now I'm going to connect with Telegram bot. Okay, so here credentials, you don't have to worry. In new credentials, you can see this token. So what is token? Token is a kind of credential which helps you to build a connection between two software applications. Here in this case, we are going to connect Telegram and Pabbly Connect. So here you can see instructions are written over here. So what you have to do is you have to go to Telegram and then you have to search for bot father. And then you have to text bot father this /new bot in the message box and then you have to press enter. Then you also have to enter the name and the username of your new bot. Okay, so let's follow these instructions. So I'll go to Telegram web. So I've already opened my Telegram here. So now I am here at Telegram. So now let's search for bot father. Okay, so you can see this bot father with an official tag. So I'm going to click on it. Okay, so now we are going to start it. Okay, so you can see as soon as we send the start, it has started sending us some messages. So now according to the instructions written in Pabbly Connect, now you have to send this message /new bot to the message box. So I'll go to Telegram and let us write /new bot. Now the /new bot is going to help us to create a new bot. Okay, so you can see now it is saying us that we have to choose a name for our bot. So I'm going to name it as Google Calendar bot. Okay, so we have given a name to our bot and now it wants us to give a username. So I'm going to type it as Google Calendar _1_bot. So it has accepted this username. Now you have to remember that we have to add this bot word in the end, otherwise it won't accept this username. So now you can read, done, congratulations on your new bot. You will find it at this link. So now you can find your new bot in this link. So now you can see this, we have got our token. So I'm going to copy this token from here. And now I'll go back to Pabbly Connect and we are going to paste this token over here. So now this token is going to help us to build a connection between Telegram and Pabbly Connect. So I'll save this. Okay, so now you can see this webhook URL over here. So in some cases, what happens is when you choose an app over here and you choose a method, after that, you have to copy this webhook URL from here and you have to go and paste it inside the Trigger software application. But here, in this case, you don't have to do it because we have already built a connection with token. So now when you click on save and send test request, what will happen is the webhook will be created automatically. The data will be sent to this URL without us going and pasting this URL in the Trigger software manually. So let me show you. I'm going to click on save and send test request. Okay, so you can see a webhook was set. So now whenever there is an activity in the Trigger software application, Pabbly Connect will capture the data automatically. Okay, so now after this you have to capture the webhook response. But before that, what we are going to do is we are going to create a new group in our Telegram web. So I'm going to go to Telegram. So now what you have to do is you have to create a new group where you have to make your new bot as the admin. But before that, first let us add your new bot in the conversations. So I'm going to click on this link. Okay, and now I'm going to click on start. Okay, so you can see we have added our new bot in the conversations. Now let us create a new group. So you can create your new group from here. I'm going to click on new group. Now we have to search for our new bot. So Google Calendar bot. So you can see this is the bot that we created. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to click on next. So now you have to create a group name. So I'm going to give it as Telegram to Google Calendar. Okay, so now let's create this group. So now we have created this group where our new bot is there. So now you have to ensure that your new bot is the admin of the group, and you can do that by using your mobile phone. Okay, so now we'll go back to Pabbly Connect, and now what we are going to do is we are going to capture the webhook response. So I'll click on this. So now it is waiting for webhook response. So we'll go back to Telegram and we'll send a message. Okay, so here I'm going to write a message. Okay, so our message is going to be new event integration of Telegram and Google Calendar. Okay, so I'm going to send this. So now we have sent this message. Now let's go to Pabbly Connect and see if it has captured the data or not. So I'll go to Pabbly Connect and you can see we have got the API response over here. The ID is here, first name Pabbly demo, okay. You can see the title of the group, Telegram to Google Calendar. You can see the date and you can even see the text, new event, integration of Telegram and Google Calendar. So now I'm going to save this. Okay. Okay, so now you can see this date is not captured in a proper format. So when you're using Google Calendar, we need the date to be in proper format so that we can fill this date in the Google Calendar. So what we are going to do is we are going to format this date and bring it to a proper format. So what we are going to do is we are going to add an action step over here in order to format this date. So I'm going to choose date time formatter, this one. And in choose method, I want to format the date. So I'm going to select this one. So now let us connect with date or time formatter. Okay. So now we have some empty fields over here and we have to map all these information from the map details from here. Okay, so now date required. So here you have to enter the date which was captured in wrong format. That is this one. Okay, so now let us map it. Date, this one. Okay, so now from time zone. So time zone is going to be this one, Asia/Kolkata. Okay, I have put it. Now format. Now you have to select the format in which you require your date to be. So I want it to be this one. So I'm going to select this one. To time zone. Again, Asia, Kolkata. So I'm going to just copy it and I'll paste it over here. Okay. So now we have entered all the data in these fields. So now we are going to save and send test request. Okay, so you can see we have formatted the date in a proper format and now you can see the date and time is in a proper format. So now I'm going to save it. Okay. So now what we have done is we have successfully captured the date of the event, but Google Calendar also requires the duration of the event. So for that we have to set an end date for the event. So now what we are going to do is we are again going to add one more action step in order to add or subtract the time. So I'm going to click on this plus button again. And here I'm again going to choose date or time formatter. And here this time I'm going to choose add or subtract time, because in this way we are going to set the duration of the event. So I'm going to select on it, connect with date or time formatter. Okay, so now date. Here you have to put the date in a correct format that we got from our API 2, that is this one. So we want this date to be mapped over here. So we'll go and search. Remember, you don't have to capture this date, but you have to go to API 2 and we have to select this one. So I'm going to select this date. Okay. Expression. That means how long you want your event to be. So for example, if you want your event to be for 8 hours, so you can just add plus 8 hours, 1 minute, 1 month according to you, plus 1 day, because I want my event to be finished for the next day. So now we'll go down to format. So here now you have to again select the format of your date. So I'm going to select it as this one. Okay. From format, again you have to select the same one, this one. Okay, so we have successfully filled all these data over here. Now we'll go and now we are going to save and send test request. Okay, so you can see now our event will end on 5th November at this time. So I'm going to save this. Okay. Now this 5th November has come because we have kept it as 1 day plus 1 day, and here it was 4th November. So I want my event to last for 1 day. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we have successfully finished a first step integration, that is integration of Telegram and Pabbly Connect. So now what we have to do is we'll begin with our second step integration, that is integration of Google Calendar and Pabbly Connect. So now I'm going to click on this plus button. And here I'm going to choose Google Calendar, this one. And in choose method, you can see there are many action methods available, but I want, as soon as there is a new message in Telegram, I want to create an event. So I'm going to select on this. You can select the other action methods as well. And if you don't get the action method of your choice, you can contact our team at admin@pabbly.com. Our team will help you. Now create an event. Connect with Google Calendar. So I'm going to click on it. Connect with Google Calendar again. Okay, so now you have to select the account through which you have connected your Google Calendar. So I'm going to select this one. So I'm going to allow it. You don't have to worry about your data. It is 100% safe and secure. Okay. Now you can see we again have some empty fields and we'll map the information that we have got from API 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so calendar here, you can select whichever you want. For example, here in my Google Calendar, I have ticked only for Gary Monroe. So I'm going to let it be Gary Monroe. The title is going to be the message that you wrote in Telegram. So I'm just going to map it. This one. Okay, description, you can write a description on your own, but here I am going to map the name of the sender. So first name, and the last name. Now Pabbly Connect gives you a unique feature where you can map both first name and last name together. So location, if you want, you can just put it, or you can just leave it blank. Now start date time, end date time. Now here is where our API 2 and API 3 come in the role. So here you have to enter the date that you got from API 2, that is this one. So let us map it. So we are going to go down. This is API 2. So start date time is this 4th November. So I'm going to click on it. And the end date time is going to be the third API response. So it is here 5th November. So my event will end on 5th November. Okay, so time zone, again I'm going to copy this Asia Kolkata and I'm going to put it here. Okay, visibility not required, guest. So you can enter the email of the guest that you want for the event. So now I'm going to enter the guest name over here. Okay, so email colon abc@gmail.com. Okay, so now I'm going to close the bracket. Okay, so we have entered the email over here. Now event recurrence rule. Now this is used to set the occurrence of the event. If you want to create a one-time event, you can just copy this and paste it over there. Or if you want to keep repeating this event for specific time, then you can just click on this tool over here and you can set it according to your needs. But I want my event to be a one-time event. So I'm just going to copy this from here and I'll paste it over here. Okay. So now we have entered all the data in these fields. So now I'm going to save and send test request. Okay, so you can see we have got the API response. That means we have successfully integrated Google Calendar with Pabbly Connect. So you can see we have got the ID, the event. You can see the link. It was created on this, updated, the summary. So everything is over here. So now I'm going to save it. Okay, so now let us go to Google Calendar and see if a new event is created there or not. So I'll go to Google Calendar. Okay, so you can see 4th November and the event is integration of Telegram and Google Calendar. The start date and time is here, end date and time is over here. And it was created by Pabbly Demo and the guest is abc@gmail.com. So now we have successfully finished our integration of Telegram and Google Calendar. So now let me show you this again with one more example so that you can understand how this process takes place in real time. So I'll go to Telegram and now we are going to write a new message over here. Second event, Telegram and Google Calendar integration. Okay, so I'm going to send it. So we have again sent a message in Telegram. Let's go to Google Calendar and see if a new event is created there or not. So I'll go to Google Calendar. So you can see it has come. So second event, Telegram and Google Calendar integration. The time is same, the dates are same, and abc@gmail.com, the same guest. Okay, so now let me go back to Pabbly Connect and now I'm going to minimize all this. Okay, I'll minimize this as well. Okay, and this. So let me explain you what has actually happened in our example. So as soon as we sent a message in Telegram bot, what has happened is the message went to Pabbly Connect and then the Pabbly Connect sent the message to Google Calendar and thus it helped in creating a new event over there. So now every time a message is sent in Telegram, automatically an event will be created in Google Calendar. So we have successfully integrated Telegram with Google Calendar using Pabbly Connect.
Hello everyone, welcome to Pabbly Connect. So in this video we will learn how to integrate Salesforce and Google Calendar. So our use case is pretty simple. When a new task is created in Salesforce, it will automatically add an event in Google Calendar. Now Salesforce is an awesome CRM software and Google Calendar is an excellent time management tool. So what we're going to do is, we are going to send the data from Salesforce to Google Calendar. But there is one minor problem. There is no integration between Salesforce and Google Calendar. So in cases like these, we need to bring a third app to properly connect them both. So in this video, we will be using Pabbly Connect to integrate Salesforce and Google Calendar. And the best part of using Pabbly Connect is, there is no need for coding skills or programming knowledge. It can be done easily. Let me show you on my screen. Okay, so to begin the process, first type pabbly.com in your browser. Pabbly.com. Press enter. Okay, so this is the website of pabbly.com. Here hover on products and at the bottom you will find the option called as Connect. Click on Connect and then click on Sign in. Okay, so as you can see, this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. And I already have made an account in Pabbly Connect. You can also create your own free account in just 2 minutes. Here, I would like to mention one more thing that Pabbly Connect offers a plan where this integration can be tried out absolutely free. So you just have to clone the template of its workflow, which is available in the description box. Once you clone the template, you will get immediate access to this amazing workflow in your account. Okay, so scroll down and at the bottom you will find Connect. Here click on Access Now. Okay, so at the top right corner you will find a button, Create Workflow. Click this. A dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. I'm going to give it as Salesforce to Google Calendar. Salesforce to Google Calendar. Okay, then click on Create. Okay, so when you click on Create, a window appears in front of you. This is called as the trigger window. So in the Choose app, how about we make it as Salesforce? Because we want to send the data from Salesforce. That is why. Okay, so now in the trigger event, how about we make it as new task? Now new task is basically a trigger event. So your obvious question is, what is a trigger event? Trigger is basically a if statement. It asks a question: if the condition is met, what should be done? For example, if a new task is made, then what action should be taken by the system? Now there is one more trigger called as the new lead. However, in case if you don't find the trigger of your choice or you want to make more triggers according to your choice, you can make a request to our team at admin@pabbly.com for the specific trigger that you want to build. But at present, I just want to send the data when a new task is made in Salesforce. Then click on Connect with Salesforce. Okay, so in the new credentials, just again click on Connect with Salesforce. Okay, so now Pabbly is demanding access. All you have to do is just click on Allow. Okay, so it is showing the authorization is successful. Okay, so basically at this point you have integrated Salesforce to Pabbly Connect. This means whenever a new task is created in Salesforce, Pabbly Connect will capture this data. So at present I already have made a task in Salesforce. So when I click on Save and Send Test Request, it will display the details of the recently created task. Let me show you. So I'm just going to click on Save and Send Test Request. Okay, so these are the details related to the task. As you can see, the subject is washing clothes, the status is not started, and the activity date is 2021-01-22. Excellent. So let me scroll down and let me see the creation date. So this is the creation date. So how about we create a task here? So I'm going to go to contacts and it will explain you better. So I'm going to create a task for this guy called as Mr. Jenny Jordan, and he is going to create a task. So the subject name is hunting pigs. Okay, so this is the task and we are going to create a task up to 23 January 2020. Okay, so I'm just going to click on create a task. Okay, a task called as hunting pigs has been created by Jenny Jordan. So let's go to Pabbly Connect and let me scroll down and just click on save and send test request. Okay, so when you see the API response, you will find the subject as hunting pigs. This is the activity date, that is the due date, that is 23 January 2021. Excellent. So now we have to sync all these details to Google Calendar. So to do that, all you have to do is just click on this plus button. Okay, so when you click on this plus button, another window opens up. This is called as the action window. So in the choose app, how about we make it as Google Calendar? Google Calendar. Okay. Now in the action event, how about we make it as create an event? Now create an event is an action event. There are many more action events like create calendar, update an event, delete event. All of them are a bunch of action events. Now similarly, just like the triggers, if you don't find the action event according to your choice, you can make a request to our team at admin@pabbly.com to custom build an action event for you. But at present, I just want to connect with Google Calendar. Okay, so in the new credentials, just again click on connect with Google Calendar. Okay, so now Pabbly Connect is demanding access to one of my accounts. So this particular Google Calendar is located in this account. So I'm just selecting this account. Okay, now Pabbly Connect is asking me to confirm my choice. So before you click on allow, let me tell you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with this. Okay, so on the basis of that trust, just click on allow. Okay, so it is showing the authorization is successful. Just click on OK. Okay, so as you can see, before we sync in the data, let me show you something. So it is demanding the start date time and the end date time, and they have prescribed a particular format. So this particular format is called as the UTC format. Okay, similarly with the end date time, we have the UTC format. So basically we have the dates. Let me show you the dates. So the creation date, so where is our creation date? So this is our creation date. Now this creation date is also in a very different format. Now let's have a look on the account activity date. As you can see, this date format is also very different from the UTC format. So basically my point is, first we have to convert this particular date and this date into UTC format. Okay, so your obvious question is how I'm going to do that. It's actually pretty easy. Scroll down and here just click on this plus button. Okay, so when you click on the plus button, another window opens up. This is another action window. So in this action window, how about we make it as date time formatter, because we want to change the format of date time. Okay, so now in the action event, how about we make it as format date only. Okay, so just click on connect with date time formatter. Okay, so for example, in the date, we basically have to map this particular date. Okay, so this is the date that we want to change. Okay, at first we just want to change this particular date, that is activity date. So we are going to change that. So click this. Let me introduce you to this button. This is called as the mapping button, and just enter the date that we want to change. Since we are going to change the activity date, we selected this and we are going to change this into the UTC format. So the UTC format is this one. So we have selected this and just click on save and send test request. Okay, so we have got the data in UTC format. Excellent. Now similarly, we have to convert this particular date. So where is that date? Creation date. Okay, so this particular date also into UTC format. So again, just click on this plus button. Okay, so another action window appears and we are going to convert them into another format. So that is why we are using date time formatter. Now just click on format date only, connect with date time formatter. Now in the date, we are just going to select the creation date, this one, and to the format, that is the UTC format, this one, and just click on save and send test request. Okay, so we have got the data in UTC format. Excellent. So we have both the creation date and as well as the due date now. Now we are ready to sync all the details to Google Calendar. So before we do that, just again click on connect with Google Calendar. Okay, we are going to select a new credential and again click on connect with Google Calendar. So this is my account. Just click on allow. You already know the drill, just we are repeating the same process. Okay, so it is successful. Okay, so now in the calendar, it is showing the calendar to which this account belongs to. As I mentioned before, this is the account in which this calendar belongs. So that is why it is already showing it that way. Now in the title, we are basically going to enter the subject, that is hunting, or it was fishing, hunting pics. Okay, hunting pics. Now in the description, we can enter some random details. Let's keep the priority as description. Now in the location, we can just enter empty. We just don't want to have any location, so we are not entering anything. Now in the start date time, we are just clicking on this mapping button, scroll down. Okay, so and then we are going to use the date time formatter. So this is the one we have received after formatting the date, and this is the result. So this is the one, I think. Okay, yes, this is the start date, and similarly we have the end date time. So we are just mapping this, scroll down, and we are going to map the due date, that is 23. Okay, so the start date is today, that is 14 January, and the end date is 23 is the due date. And the time zone, okay, so we are if we want, we can enter the time zone. So basically I'm copying this is the time zone of my area. I am from India, so that is why it is showing the time zone as Asia, Kolkata. You can actually, if you are from different time zone, you can just click here and it will expand the different time zones, okay, in a new tab. Now the visibility, we have to keep it as public. So in the guest, we are not inviting any guest, so we are just going to type this.
and skip and curly bracket. Okay, similarly in the event recurrence rule, we are just going to copy this and just enter paste skip. Okay, so basically we have entered all the details, so just click on save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing the data has been sent to Google Calendar. So let's have a look whether we have a scheduled event called as hunting. Okay, so the hunting was let me see. Okay, so as you can see, we have calendar hunting picks. We have event called as hunting picks. Okay, so excellent. So the presence of this event in Google Calendar shows that we have successfully integrated Google Calendar and Salesforce with help of Pabbly Connect. So how about we double check if our integration is working fine or not. But before we do that, let me show you the whole gist of the process. So let me go to Pabbly Connect and let me minimize my trigger window, and I'm going to minimize my date time formatter action window. Again, I'm going to minimize my date time formatter action window, and then I'm going to minimize my Google Calendar action window. Okay, so basically this is the whole process in a nutshell. First you integrated Salesforce to Pabbly Connect, and then you have formatted the date of the start date. Then you have used again the date time formatter to format the due date into UTC format, and again you have integrated Google Calendar to Pabbly Connect. So now there is a perfect flow of data between Salesforce and Google Calendar. Excellent. So how about we make one more task? So I'm going back to contact. Okay, so this time the guy is Eskan or Michael, and we are going to give a task. So sparrow feeding. So this is the new task. Okay, sparrow. Okay, spelling is wrong. How about make it as feeding sparrow? Okay, so this is the due date. Okay, let's make it as up to 30. And okay, so let's click on create. Okay, so a task called as feeding sparrows has been created. So let's have a look in Google Calendar. Okay, so let me refresh this. Okay, so as you can see, we have got the data feeding sparrows. So let me tell you something about Salesforce. Salesforce actually takes a significant amount of time to send the data. So my point is, you basically have to wait 5 or 6 minutes to get the results. And also let me tell you something, that our integration is working absolutely fine. This means anytime a new task is made in Salesforce, it will be reflected as an event in Google Calendar. Hello everyone. So in this video, we will learn how to connect Google Calendar to Slack and send reminders on Slack. So let us begin with a small example. So as you can see, this is my Google Calendar. So I'm going to create an event in Google Calendar. And once the event is created in Google Calendar, a notification will arrive on my Slack channel. So let me just create a new event. Okay, so let us go for June 28, 2021. And let me just create a new event. And the name of the event is upgrade new files. Upgrade new files. And it has been scheduled from 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. And we are going to add a guest. So I'm planning to add, let's say, this person. Okay. A person has been added. Her name is Sonam Rai. She has been added as a guest. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click on save. Don't send. Okay, so a new event called as upgrade new files has been created and scheduled for June 28, 2021. Now the idea is that I will be showing you this notification, the notification related to this event on Slack. So let me just take you to Slack. Okay, so as you can see, we have a new notification on Slack. We have the notification as new event created. The event is upgrade new files. This is the event start date, that is 28th of June 2021. And this is the same event end date. And of course, we have also the attendee, or basically the guest. So there is something I have to tell you. Now, of course, it looks that once the event was created on Google Calendar, the data immediately came on Slack. But this is actually not true. I actually had to pause this video for 5 minutes so that the data arrives in Slack. This is an issue from Google Calendar because Google Calendar takes an appreciable amount of time to send the data. So you may also have to wait for 5 or 6 minutes before the data arrives in Slack. Okay, so you must be thinking, how did I do it? How did I manage to send the data from Google Calendar to Slack? So here I have used an integration and automation software called as Pabbly Connect that integrates Google Calendar and Slack. Now, the best part of this process is there is no need for coding skills or technical knowledge of these two apps. Now, there is something else I have to tell you. Now we are sending the data from Google Calendar to Slack, but with Pabbly Connect, you can send Google Calendar event notifications on similar messaging tools like WhatsApp, Twilio, Discord, etc. The process is almost the same. Okay, so in the new tab, just type pabbly.com. We are just trying to integrate Google Calendar and Slack. pabbly.com. Press enter. Okay, so this is the website of pabbly.com. Hover on products. And here you will find Connect. Just click on Connect. This is the landing page of Pabbly Connect, and I have already built an account in Pabbly Connect. You can also create your own free account in just 2 minutes. So let me just click on sign in. Okay, scroll down and here you will find Connect. Just click on access now. So at the top right corner, you will find a button, create workflow. Click this. A dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. So how about I give it as Google Calendar and Slack. Google Calendar to Slack. Of course, you can give any name according to your discretion. It's totally up to you. And let me just click on create. So when you click on create, you will find 2 windows, the trigger window as well as the action window. So what are these? So basically the thing is, when we talk about automation in Pabbly Connect, it works on the principle of triggers and action. So the idea is that when the trigger says, when this happens, then do this. So the trigger in this case is when a Google Calendar event is created, the action will be a notification on Slack. So in the trigger window, we are going to select the choose app as Google Calendar. Okay, so basically we are going to create a new workflow to integrate Google Calendar and Slack. So you should also know this, after I have built this workflow, the link of this workflow will be available in the description box so that you can clone it and directly access it into your account. So Google Calendar it is. Now in the trigger event, how about we make it as new event? Now basically we do have a ton of trigger events like new event, new calendar, event started, event updated, and so on. All of them are a bunch of trigger events. But in case if you want more trigger events, approach the help section, click here. So you will be directed to Pabbly forums, and in the forums you can make a request that you want so and so trigger events. Okay, so let me just cancel this. So the gist is, we want to receive the data when a new event is created in Google Calendar. So just click on connect. Now we are going with the new connection. Just toggle this up and just click on connect with Google Calendar. Okay, so these are the series of Gmail accounts I have. Okay, so I'm interested in this particular Google Calendar. Okay, and this Google Calendar is present in this account, in this Gmail account. So I'm selecting this one. Okay, so it is asking me to confirm my choice. So before I press allow, let me tell you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with us. So on the basis of that trust, let me just press allow. Authorization successful, just press OK. So by default, it is showing a calendar. So this is the name of a calendar that is present in this particular Gmail account. And these are all the calendars that is present in that particular Gmail account. Now I'm interested in one particular calendar, or how about I create a new calendar? Okay, so let me just create a new calendar. Let me just scroll down, click on this plus sign, and let me just create a new calendar. And the name of the calendar is, let's say, Slack notification. Of course, it's totally up to you. You can give any name according to your choice. I'm just giving it as Slack notification. So this is the name of the calendar, Slack notification. Click on create calendar. So the calendar is being created. So the idea is that since Pabbly Connect is integrated with Google Calendar, when we just click on refresh, it will show this newly created calendar in the drop down. I hope the calendar is created. Yes. So the calendar has been created. Let me just go back. So this is the newly created calendar, Slack notification. Okay, so let me just go to Pabbly Connect. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click on refresh. So when I click on refresh, I can expect to find this newly created calendar in the drop down. So let me do that. Okay, so I have refreshed it. So let's explore. Do we have a calendar called as Slack notification? Yes, we do have it. Okay, so the idea is that when I click on save and send as request, it will fetch me the data of the recently created event in Google Calendar. Now, as you may remember, this is a newly created calendar. So when I click on save and send as request, it won't fetch me any data. Let me show you. Okay, so the response is null. This is because there is no event on this particular calendar. So I'm going to create a new event. So the event has been scheduled for July 2nd, and the event is upgrade Macintosh. So this is the newly created event, and it has been scheduled from 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. and we are going to add a guest. So how about this guy, Sheldon Hofstadter? Okay, so this is the name of the person, Sheldon Hofstadter, and let me just click on save. Okay, so we are ready. Okay, don't send. So a new event, that is upgrade Macintosh, has been created for July 2nd, 2021. So an event has been created. So when I click on save and send test request, it will fetch me the data of this particular event, because this particular event is a recently created event. Let me do that. Okay, so now we do have the details of this event. So this is the event, okay, basically the summary, that is upgrade Macintosh. And this is basically the creator email, okay. And this is the calendar name, that is Slack notification. And this is basically the guest email. And let's explore the start date as well as the due date. Okay, so this is the start date, okay, that is 2nd of July. And again, this we have the end date. Excellent. So what's next? So we are going to create or build a notification to be sent on Slack. Now we are going to use action window for that. So you click on this action window and you select the choose app as Slack. Slack it is. Now in the action event, how about we make it as send channel message without image, this one, and simply just click on connect. Now actually I have already logged into my Slack account. So let me just click on add new connection and let me just click on connect with Slack. Okay, so now it is asking me permission. So again, before you just press allow, let me tell you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure. So let me just press allow. Authorization successful, just press OK. Now we have some fields. The purpose of these fields is very simple. We are going to compose a message or a notification on Slack from the data that we have collected from Google Calendar via Pabbly Connect. So we have the channel as general. Now what I'm going to do here is, let me just show you all the channels that is present in my Slack account. So these are all the channels that is present in my Slack account. Now let me just show you all these channels. Okay, so these are all the channels. Now for your consideration, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a new channel. Okay, so let me just click on add channel, create a new channel, and the name of the channel, how about Google Calendar events. Google Calendar events. Okay, excellent. And let me just click on create. So we are going to add 4 people to this group. Let me just click on done. Okay, so we have created an awesome channel, that is Google Calendar events. So the data will be sent to this particular channel. Okay, so a channel has been created. We have added 4 people. Let me just go to Pabbly Connect and let me just click on refresh. So when we click on refresh, I can expect to find this newly created channel in the drop down. So let's have a look. Do we have this channel Google Calendar events, Google Calendar events, Google Calendar? Yes. Okay, so this is the channel. So we will be sending the Slack notifications on this particular channel. Now we have the message type as plain text. So let's keep it as plain text only. Now, how about we compose a very simple message? So the message is something like new event created. Awesome. And I'm planning to enter the rest of the details in alternating lines. Okay, in new lines, I'm sorry. So that is why I'm just going to put /n. Okay, so basically it will create a new line. So name of the event, colon, and let me just map the event. Now remember this, we have received the data of the event, that is basically, I think, upgrade Macintosh. So where is that event name? Where is that event name? Let me just scroll up. Okay, yeah, so this is basically the event name, upgrade Macintosh. Okay, so we are going to map that particular detail here. So we click here and let me just map the detail summary. Okay, and we have mapped it. Now we are going to enter the name of the invitee or the attendee or the guest in the new line. So the guest is I think it was Sheldon Hofstadter. Okay, so this is the one email, and we have mapped it. Easy. Then we have in the new line the start date. Now the start date as well as the due date are basically the same, that is 2nd of July, but the timings are different. So let me just scroll down. Yes, this is the start date time. Okay, and again in a new line, let me just enter the end date time. End date. Okay, so let me just map the end date time. So this is the end date time. Okay, now we have composed a fresh new message, and let me just add a bot name. My name is Michael, and the messages will be sent on via this particular bot name, that is Michael. We don't have any data regarding the bot icon, but if you want any bot icon, the image of a bot icon, you just paste the URL of the image that you want. But I'm not going to do that. So this is the bot name, we have the message type as plain text, and we have the channel as Google Calendar events. So when I click on save and send test request, it will send this data to this particular channel, Google Calendar events. So let me do that. Let me just click on save and send test request. Okay, so the response is a positive one. So let's have a look. Okay, yes, we do have the notification, new event created. Name of the event is Upgrade Macintosh, guest is sheldon45@gmail.com. This is the start date, and this well is the end date. Excellent. So the presence of this data shows that we have a successful integration between Google Calendar and Slack. Now, before you leave, let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So let me just minimize this action window, and let me just minimize the trigger window. So basically, this is the whole process in a nutshell. First, you integrated Google Calendar to Pabbly Connect, and after that, you have integrated Pabbly Connect to Slack. So now there's a perfect flow of data between Google Calendar and Slack.
Hi everyone, in this video you will learn how you can create tasks in Microsoft To Do application automatically just by adding a new event in your Google Calendar. So guys, here you can see we are connecting Google Calendar as the trigger application in our automation and Microsoft To Do as the action application, such that as and when you are going to add an event here in Google Calendar, the same event will be created as a task in Microsoft To Do automatically. And we are going to make this happen with Pabbly Connect, which is an integration and automation tool. And you can set up this automation without any coding very easily. Let me show you how. So this is the landing page of Pabbly Connect, and we have pasted the same link in the description. From here, you can click on sign up free, and you can create your free account of Pabbly Connect, and you will get free automation tasks also to set up and test your automation. So guys, you can sign up right now and log in to reach here on the dashboard of Pabbly Connect, and here click on this create workflow button, and you can give a suitable name to this workflow. So here I'm giving the name as Google Calendar to Microsoft. So after giving the name, just click on this create button, and you can see your workflow page is getting ready. And here you will find the trigger and the action module. So the trigger is that event which is going to trigger or start this workflow, and the action would be the response towards the trigger. As in this use case, our trigger application would be Google Calendar, and the trigger event would be adding of a new event in Google Calendar. That is going to trigger the workflow, and the action towards that trigger would be to create a task out of that event in Microsoft To Do application. Okay, so from here you have to connect your trigger application, which is Google Calendar. So you can search for it. Okay, here it is, select it, and now you have to select the trigger event as new event, so it will trigger when the new event is created. All right, and here you can see in every 10 minutes this trigger is going to check for new events in Google Calendar, and if it finds any new events, the workflow is going to trigger and a task will be created afterwards. Okay, so first of all, you need to connect Google Calendar here. Just click on connect. From here, select add new connection, then click on connect with Google Calendar, and from here you have to select that Google account by which you have created the calendar for your scheduling of the events. And here you have to provide some additional access to Pabbly Connect. Just click on continue, and you can see we are getting connected here. So you can see authorization is successful. It is started showing connected, and here it is asking for the calendar's name. So this is my calendar, the name of this calendar is webinar. Okay, so I want to create some events here in this calendar, and out of that events I want to create tasks here in Microsoft To Do. So here click on save and send test request, and the most recent event that you have created here in Google Calendar will be fetched here in this response. So let me show you. Let me create a new event here at 30th of August, and here let me type the event's name as new short film shoot. This is an event. Here this is the date of the event. It is a full day event, and here I want to add some persons in this event. So this person is invited. This is the invitee, and here the location of this event is, let's say, Indore or Indonesia, whatever. Here you can give a small description. So I have given this description here. A new short film shoot is scheduled to happen in Indonesia from today. This is the guest, this is the date, and this is the event's title. And here I am clicking on save, and you can see, okay, I do not want to send any invitations right now, so I'm clicking on don't send. A new event is created here. Okay, now let me click on save and wait. First of all, you have to select the calendar's name. Here you can see we have this calendar field, and it will show you the list of all the calendars that you have. From here you have to select yours. I'm selecting webinar, and now click on save and send test request. And here you can see we got the data of a new event, which is this new short films shoot, and this is the same I have created here. Okay, so now we got the test data of our test event, and I want to create a task out of that event here in Microsoft To Do application. So you have to search for it here. Okay, here it is, Microsoft To Do. Select it, and in the action event select create task option, then click on connect. From here select add new connection, then click on connect with Microsoft To Do, and it will bring you to the login window if you are not logged in. But if you are logged in, it will just ask to give the access to Pabbly Connect. So you have to click on yes here and provide all these access to Pabbly Connect. That is completely safe, and you will be connected with Microsoft To Do like this. Okay, here it is asking the name of the tasks list. So my task list name is tasks only, and it got selected here like this. Okay, now it is asking for the task title, notes, categories, priority, and all these things. So guys, I am going to use the test data that I have received here in this trigger step, and I am going to map the labels here in these fields to create a task in Microsoft To Do. So just click here on this task title, and it will show you the previous step or the trigger step in the drop down. And when you click here, it will show you this data, and from here just map this summary to create a title of the task. And here click on task note, and from here I'm going to map the description in the task note. If you want to select the category, you can select it here. I am making it in the orange category. Okay, select the priority is normal, and here you can see we have due dates and all these things, but these are not compulsory things. If you want to use these fields, you can use the fields. Right now I am just going to click on save and send test request to check my connection with Microsoft To Do, and we are going to see if we can create a new task here automatically with the help of our workflow. Okay, so here you can see right now we have this last task here created is this list name. Let us check if the connection is working or not. So I'm clicking on save and send test request here. All right, and here you can see this is the response we have received. Let me show you my Microsoft To Do list, and here you can see we got a new task created named as new short film shoot. This is in the orange category, and here you can see the description as well, and this is the same description that I have added here in this event, and the same event got created here as a task in Microsoft To Do application. Okay, so this is how it is going to work. So you have to set up this automation only once, guys. After that, you do not have to do anything manually here in the workflow. After that, as and when you are going to add any event here in your Google Calendar, our workflow is going to run in background, and it will create tasks for you in Microsoft To Do application automatically. So guys, you can use this same workflow because I'm going to paste this paste the link of this workflow in the description and you can clone it in your own free Pabbly Connect account and start using this automation instantly.
Hello everyone, welcome to Pabbly Connect. Today in this video, we are going to integrate two software applications, Google Calendar and ClickUp. So the use case here is, whenever a new event is created in Google Calendar, automatically create task in ClickUp. Now let us know what these two software applications are all about. So Google Calendar is a calendar service by Google, whereas ClickUp is a project management tool. The issue here is that Google Calendar and ClickUp don't have any integration between them, and that is why we are going to use Pabbly Connect. So Pabbly Connect is an integration software which will help you to transfer data from Google Calendar to ClickUp. The best part here is you don't require any knowledge of coding. So let me show you this on my screen.
Okay, so here I am at Google and now I will go to this URL section over here and I'm going to type pabbly.com. Okay, so this is the website of Pabbly and now I'm going to hover over this product section and I'm going to click on Connect. Okay, so now I'm going to sign in. Okay, so now because I've already signed into my account, that is why I am here. You can also sign up for free in just 2 minutes. Here, I would like to mention one more thing. Pabbly Connect offers a free plan where this integration can be tried out absolutely free. You just have to clone the template of the workflow. The link for the same is available in the description below the video. Once you clone the template, you will immediately get access to this workflow in your account. Okay, so now I am going to scroll down and here at Connect, I am going to click on Access Now. Okay, so this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect and you can see so many workflows that have already been created over here. So now I'm going to create a new workflow and I'm going to click on this button over here. Okay, so now I'm going to give a name to this workflow and I'll name it as Google Calendar to ClickUp. Okay, so now here in Choose App, first I am going to choose Google Calendar. This one. Okay, now in trigger event according to our workflow, whenever there is a new event in Google Calendar, we want to create a task in ClickUp. That is why new event created will be our trigger event over here. Now you might have a question in your mind that what is this term called trigger event? Let me tell you that automations run on the concept of triggers and actions. It is all about when something happens, do this. For example, when a sale happens, send an email. In our case, when a new event is created in Google Calendar, we want to create a task in ClickUp. That is why new event created in Google Calendar will be our trigger event, whereas creating a task in ClickUp will be our action event. So now I am going to click on Connect with Google Calendar. So now credentials. Create new or select existing credentials. So here you have two options. Either you can create new credential or if you have any existing credentials like this, you can directly click on it. I'll let it be new credentials. Okay, so now I'm going to click on Connect with Google Calendar. So here I'll just choose an account. Allow. You don't have to worry about your data. Everything is 100% safe and secure with Pabbly Connect. Okay. So now here first you have to choose which calendar do you want. Under Google Calendar, you can see the Gary Monroe account has all these separate calendars. So I'll let it be Gary Monroe, this one itself. And now I'm going to click on Save and Send Test Request. Okay, so now this API response is of the last event that I have created in my Google Calendar. So now what I'm going to do is I am just going to go back to Google Calendar and I'm going to create a new event and then I'm going to click on Save and Send Test Request. So I'll go to my Google Calendar. So now here I have already clicked on Gary Monroe and now January 2021. So I'll go to January 2021 and I'm going to create an event on 14th of Jan. So I'll name it as Meeting Regarding New Recruitment. Okay, so I have put the meeting on January 14th. I'll add a time also. 2:15 p.m. Okay, fine. 3:15, fine. Now add guest. If you want, you can add the guests over here. Add location. I'm not adding any location. Add description. If you want, you can just write a description. If I go down, Gary Monroe, fine. Save. Okay, so I have created this event over here on 14th Jan. Now I'll go back to Pabbly Connect. And now I'm going to click on save and send test request. Okay, so you can see Pabbly Connect has captured the data. The summary is meeting regarding new recruitment. The creator is here. If you go down, you can see the start date and time, end date and time. So now I'll just save it. So now here we have successfully finished our first step integration, that is integration of Google Calendar and Pabbly Connect. Now I'm going to click on this plus button and we are going to begin our second step integration. So in choose app first, I am going to choose ClickUp. Now an action event according to our workflow, whenever a new event is created in Google Calendar, we want to create a task in ClickUp. That is why I am going to choose create task because this is our action event over here. If you want, you can also choose any other action event according to your choice. And if you don't get the action event of your choice, you can contact our team at admin@pabbly.com. So now I am going to click on connect with ClickUp. Again, create new or select existing credentials. So here you have an option of either choosing any existing credential or you can just let be new credentials. So now here it is asking us for the API token. In order to get your API token, you have to go to your ClickUp account. So I've already opened my ClickUp account over here. Now in my left hand side corner in the bottom side, I am going to go and click on apps. So here you can see I have my API token. If you want, you can also regenerate it. I'll just use this one itself. Now I'll paste it over here. So now this API token is going to help us to build a connection between ClickUp and Pabbly Connect. Now I'm going to click on save. Okay, so now we have some fields over here and we have to fill the information according to our API response over here. So first is workspace. So here you can see I only have one option, that is Ashi's workspace. So here in my ClickUp account, I only have one workspace, that is Ashi's workspace. That is why I don't have any other option over here. Space. Now under space, you can see I have 4 options over here. Now if I go back to my ClickUp account, you can see I have 4 space. Pabbly, DLFG, junk and space. Now you can select any space in which you want to create a task. So I'll let it be Pabbly itself. Okay, now folder name. Now under this space called Pabbly, I have only one folder, that is integrations. So I'll let it be integrations itself. Now list name. Now under the folder, you can create many lists. Like under integrations, I have all these lists already created. If you want, you can also add one more list. So I'll add it. Okay, so now I'm going to change the name of this. So I'm going to name it as Google Calendar to ClickUp. Okay, so I have created this list called Google Calendar to ClickUp and I want to create a task under this list. So I'll just refresh this once. Okay, so now under list, you can see Google Calendar to ClickUp. I am just going to click on it. So task name. So task name I am going to put this one, meeting regarding new recruitment. Description, I'll just put the details. So creator, meeting scheduled by Gary Monroe, fine. Now you can use /n if you want the description to come in separate lines. /n. Let us search for some other details. Status is confirmed. So let me write status of the meeting. So it's confirmed, full stop. Okay. Assignee email. So I let it be Ashmita Soni. Tags. Now you have to remember that whenever you're putting tag, you have to put it in double quotes. So I am going to put it here. Google Calendar. Priority, I'll let it be urgent. Due date and start date. So here you can see you have to enter the due date and start date in timestamp format and that too in milliseconds. So what we have to do is you have to convert the date and time into the timestamp format. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 2 action steps over here. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this plus button over here. And now I'm going to use date or time formatter over here because we have to convert our date into timestamp format. So action event, I'll keep it as format date only. Connect with date or time formatter. So now here in date, I'm going to map the start date. It is here, start date time. I'm going to convert it into timestamp, that is this one. Save and send test request. Okay, so we have our API response. So this is in timestamp format, but the issue here is that this date is in timestamp format, but it is not in milliseconds. So we have to again convert it into milliseconds. So I'm going to add one more action step over here. So now here in choose app, I am going to use number formatter. And in action event, I am going to use perform math operation, connect with number formatter. So now in order to make our date into a milliseconds, what I'm going to do is I'm going to multiply it with 1000. So first I'll just map the correct date that is in timestamp format. I'll put a comma and I'm going to write 1000 over here. Then in operation, I am going to multiply. Okay, so now we have got our start date in timestamp format and in milliseconds. Now I'm going to save it. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we are going to repeat this step for our due date. So I am going to click on this plus button over here. And now in choose app, I'm again going to choose date or time formatter. Action event is going to be format date only. Now here in date, I am going to put the end time, that is this one. Format will be timestamp. So we have got our end date in timestamp format, but now we are again going to convert it into milliseconds. So again an action step, number formatter, perform math operation. Now I'm going to map our due date that is converted in timestamp format, comma, I'll multiply 1000 with it so that it gets converted into milliseconds. Okay, so we have got our end date also. Okay, so we have got our end date and we have also got our start date. And I am just going to connect this again because we want to refresh our workflow. Okay, so now I'll come down and I'm going to map our due date and start date. So due date is the last date, that is this one. And start date, let us search for it. It is here. Status, I'll keep it as to do. Okay, so we have our API response. That means we have successfully finished the integration of Google Calendar and ClickUp. Now let us go to ClickUp and check if a new task is created there or not. So I'll go to my ClickUp account. So you can see we have a task already created over here. I'll just open it. So you can see meeting regarding new recruitment. And you can also see the description. Meeting scheduled by Gary Monroe 677@gmail.com. Status of the meeting is confirmed. You can see the tag was Google Calendar. Priority is urgent. You can see the start date, the due date, created date, everything is over here. So we have successfully finished our integration and our integration is working fine. Now I'm going to go back to my Google Calendar. I'm going to create a new event and then we'll check if a new task is created in ClickUp or not. So I'm going to schedule new meeting on 29th. Meeting regarding audit. Okay, I'll add the time. 3 p.m. Save. Okay, so now let us go back to ClickUp and check if a new task is added there or not. So I'll go to my ClickUp account. So now I'll just refresh this page. Okay, so you can see we have created a new task again over here. I'll just open it. Okay, so you can see meeting regarding audit. And you can see the description, meeting scheduled by Gary Monroe, status of the meeting is confirmed. And you can see the priority is urgent, the start date, the due date, everything is over here. So we have successfully finished our integration and our integration is working fine. Now I'll go back to Pabbly Connect and I'm going to explain you what has happened in our example. Okay, so in our workflow, what we did was first we created new event in Google Calendar. After that, we used date or time formatter and number formatter because we had to convert the date into timestamp and in milliseconds. So we did this thing 2 times because we first converted the start date and then after that we converted the due date. And at last, we used ClickUp and we created a task in ClickUp. So now every time a new event is created in Google Calendar, automatically a task will be created in ClickUp. So we have successfully finished the integration of Google Calendar and ClickUp using Pabbly Connect.
Hello everyone, welcome to the new tutorial of Pabbly Connect. In this specific tutorial, we will be learning how we can connect WP Amelia, which is an appointment booking plugin, with Google Calendar with the help of Pabbly Connect. Once the appointment is booked inside Google Calendar, we will be sending an email to ourselves that a confirmation is happened, and we will be getting an email for the very same event inside our Gmail as well. Okay, so the very first thing that I'm going to do is, you can see I have already embedded a booking calendar inside my WordPress website. The second thing that you have to do is you just have to go inside the WP Amelia settings and you have to click this integration settings right here. Then just move on to webhooks and just click on add new webhook. Okay, the webhook name will be appointment booking. Okay, the URL will be something that you will get from Pabbly Connect. Okay, so I'm just going to create a new workflow. The new workflow name is WP Amelia to Google Calendar to Gmail. Okay, so I'm creating a 3-step workflow. The very first thing that you have to use is WP Amelia. Just copy this webhook URL, go back to your WordPress website and just paste this URL right here. Okay, the type of webhook is appointment, and the action that you have to understand and receive at this endpoint is to get the booking completed action. Okay, once everything looks good, just click on save and just click on save. Okay, I think everything is connected now, and Pabbly Connect will listen to any event that happens inside this calendar. Okay, so I'm just going to click this capture webhook response button right here. You can see it is waiting for a webhook response to come. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on the date on which I want to book the appointment, and then the time that I want to choose for the appointment, and I'm just going to click on continue. As you can see, my account is already logged in. It automatically populated the first name, last name and the email address for me. Okay, even the phone number can be filled, but since I'm already logged in, it is not allowing me to change anything. But rest assured, if you are going to open the very same page on incognito window, you will be able to edit these fields. Because everything looks good to me, I'm just going to click on confirm. And you can see, thank you, your booking is completed, congratulations. Okay, now I will head back to Pabbly Connect, which is still listening for the webhook to come at its end. And you can see it automatically capture the data. The fields which are of interest are the first name field, the last name field, the email field. Okay, apart from that, there is one more field, which is the booking start time and the booking end time. Okay, let me just see if we have that data as well. And you can see the booking start time is right here along with the whole details, and booking end time is already right here along with all the details. Okay, now we will just click on plus button right here, and we will be using Google Calendar because we want to integrate Google Calendar inside our scenario. Now, even though I'm adding Google Calendar right here, but there is one thing that I really want you to understand, and we will be deleting this shortly, but let me just show you why we will be deleting it. Okay, you can just click on create an event, and I'm just going to connect one of my Google Calendar account which I already connected. So I'm just going to select the existing credentials and I'm just saving it. The thing that I really want you to show is the start time and the end time. If you see the start time and the end time, we actually have to use the format which is specified in the instructions right here. So you can see we have to use the year in the start, then we have to use the dash, then the month, dash, then the date, and then there is this T thing, the time zone thing that we have to use. Then it is the 9 a.m., 9:30 a.m., 00, and then the zone in which we want to add the time. Okay, so since the time and date that we have received is in a very different format, we will have to make and we have to format the time according to the time zone that really Google understands. Okay, so you can see the booking start date and booking end date is in the format as given, but we have to convert it in the format which Google Calendar will understand. Okay, so I'm just going to click on plus right here, and I'm just going to write date time formatter because we actually have to change the format a bit, and then I'm just going to choose the format option right here. Okay, just click on connect. Everything is connected. Again, booking start is the variable that we have to change according to the Google Calendar thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to map the very same variable. You can in fact write the name of the variable right here. It will automatically pull the variable and you can see the value is right here. The from time zone is something, the time zone is something that you have to use according to your time zone. Okay, there is a list of time zones that you can visit this page and see. And the time zone in which you want to convert this is also Asia Kolkata. The time is given in Asia Kolkata format and we want to convert it in Asia Kolkata format. But in the middle step 2 format, we will be using this one. Okay, it is YYYY-MM-DDTHH-MMSSZ. Okay, so this is the format that Google Calendar understands. So make sure that you choose the very same option to convert the time zone. Okay, if everything looks good, just click on save, send a test request. And you can see everything looks good and the result is right here. Now we just converted booking start and we will now be converting booking end date as well in this very same format. Okay, so I'm just going to click on plus again. Again, we are going to use the date time formatter. We will be just selecting format option, click on connect again. So the format was booking end. So this is the booking end date. The time zone, the from time zone is again Asia Kolkata. So I'm just going to copy and paste this. And again, the 2 time zone is again Asia Kolkata. And the 2 format is again this one. I'm choosing this because Google Calendar understands the very same format. If everything looks good, just click on save and send a test request. Now what will happen is whenever any new data comes over from WP Amelia, the first thing that it will do is it will just convert this booking start time to the format that Google Calendar understands. And then it will change the booking end time to something that Google Calendar again understands. Okay, because everything looks good now, I'm just going to click on plus. And I'm just going to select Google Calendar right here. Okay. Now before making the Google Calendar connection, I'm going back to Google Calendar and I'm just creating a new calendar. So I'm just going to create a new calendar by the name of bookings. So I'm just creating a new calendar inside my Google Calendar account. And the time zone that I'm going to select is the Indian time zone because I'm creating this video in India and all my bookings are according to the Indian time zone, which is plus 5:30. So I'm just choosing the Indian Standard Time, which is Kolkata. And I'm just going to create a calendar. You can see the calendar creation is in progress. And if you go back, you will find that booking from WP Amelia calendar is already selected right here. Okay. So now I'm going back to Pabbly Connect. So once you are inside Google Calendar, just make sure that you choose the Google Calendar app right here and you choose a create an event right here. Okay. Just click on connect. And if you already have an authorization, you can select an pre-authorization right here. If you want to connect a new connection, you can just do that as well. Because I have already pre-authorized, you can just select Google Calendar 1 and click on save. Okay. As you can see, it automatically pulled the calendar name from my Google Calendar account. You can see the booking from WP Amelia calendar is already right here. So it automatically pulled that out. Next is the title. So we can say that booking for the first name and the last name of the person, booking for, okay. Description, inside the description we can add more detail. The detail will be service booked. So service booked will be, yeah. So the service name is spa service. So I'm just going to select that. So it will be added to description. Another detail that we have to add is the employee who is going to give this service. So the employee will be provider, I think. So the provider will be Peter Jensen. Okay, so I just added the service booked and the employee who will be serving this. Okay, in this specific place you can add any location, the store location that you work at, and then we have the start date and the end date. Okay, so just click on start date and just map the value that you actually got in the date time formatter above. So this is going to be the start date, this is going to be the end date, and the time zone is again going to be Asia Kolkata, right? And the visibility is going to be public or whatever you want. And if you have multiple guests within curly bracket as shown here, if you want to add email of those guests, you can actually add by using the very same format. So I'm just going to copy this and paste this here. If you have multiple guests, just copy the whole string right here and you can add multiple emails separately as well. So in this specific case, just remove this email value from right here and just map the customer's email by clicking on this specific button. And then there is an event recurrence rule. Event recurrence rule tell you how many times this event is going to recur. You can actually select weekly, monthly, bi-monthly, all those options are available to you. If you want to create one-time event, use the rule as R rule, frequency daily, interval 1, count 1. So if you just want to create an event which is one time, just select and use the rule as shown. Okay, because everything looks good to me, I'm just going to save it and I'm just going to send a test request. And you can see the calendar event is now created. I will just move back to my Google Calendar and you can see the calendar is created from 10 a.m. I think it will be 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. You can see the customer email is already right here, and you can see the description which mentions service booked is a spa service and the employee is Peter Jensen and booking for WP Amelia. So you can see all the details are already added right here. Because everything looks good, what I'm going to do is, even if you open this API response that we got after booking the Google Calendar, you will see the HTML link for this calendar event is right here. Okay, so if you really want, you can actually send an email to yourself or even to the customer. Okay, so I'm going to send this email to myself, but you can even send this email to anyone that you want. So just click on plus, use Gmail right here, select and send an email event, connect with Gmail. And there are a lot of accounts that are already connected, so I'm just going to use one of those accounts. Click on save, and then you can select the recipient name. So in my case, the recipient name will be Magnet Marketing, because this is the person who is going to get the email. Recipient email, so this is, in my case, this is going to be static, so I'm just using the static email and the first name. If you even want, you can actually map this data right here. So from name will be Neeraj Agrawal. Okay, from email will be, in my case, everything is static, so I'm just going to write the detail. If you really want, you can also map the data from this specific value. Let me just map it, okay, because we have that value. So from email will be this. Even this is not a customer email, but still I'm just showing you that you can actually map anything that you want. Email subject, new appointment booked by the customer's first name and the customer's last name. Okay, just booked. Oh, you just got a new appointment. The details are as below. Okay, so you can actually have the HTML of this event. So the detail for this is the HTML link. The details are as below inside your Google Calendar. So someone can actually see the Google Calendar event. Thanks Magnet team, or maybe Pabbly team. Okay, because everything looks good, just click on save and just send a test request. Okay, and you can see test API is successfully executed. So I actually have this Gmail account opened right here. So I'll just open my inbox and you can see new appointment booked by Neeraj Agrawal. If you just got a new appointment, the details are as below inside your Google Calendar. Okay, so I'm just going to click this event. It might be a different account, so I'm not sure if it will open up or not. Yeah, I think it's going to go open up. No, actually it's a different account, so you won't be able to see the calendar event. But yeah, if someone clicks on this event, they will be able to see the event inside their account. But still, you got all the details right here, and I think everything looks good, right? So I'm just going to save this workflow. This workflow is a bit long, honestly. Let me show you. So the very first thing that we did is we got a trigger from WP Amelia. Then we actually formatted the date time through a date time formatter. This is the start date time. Then we again formatted the end date time. Then we sent the date time to Google Calendar and we created a whole event. And then we sent an email to ourselves with all the details related to the calendar. Okay. I think everything is fine. I will just open up the last module. I will just save it because I think that way everything will be saved. Now, if you go to the very same page, okay, And this time what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open this page inside an incognito window. Okay. And I'm just going to open this page in an incognito window, and I'm just going to pick another date. Okay. So this time I'm just booking an appointment for 13th August, and I'm selecting that date and time as 9 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. I'm just going to click on continue. Okay. The first name is Magnet. For example, this is Magnet Marketing. This is a customer email. He's booking an appointment. I just entered some random number, and because everything looks good, I'm just going to click on confirm, and you can see congratulations, thank you, your booking is completed. Okay. So now I will go back to my calendar just to see if an event has been added, and I'll just reload this page, and you can see the new event is right here, 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. on 11th of August. Oh, sorry, this is not the one. On 13th of August, 9 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. And you can see service booked is past service, employee is Peter Jensen, and the name of this person is Magnet Marketing. Okay, and if you put it right here, you will see the email as well, and everything looks good. At the same point of time, you must have received an email address, email for this booking. So just click on inbox, and you can see new appointment booked by Magnet Marketing. You got a new appointment, and you can see all the details right here. Even you got a invitation from Magnet Marketing. Yeah, so this is been sent to a customer. Okay, so I think everything is fine. I just told you how you can connect WP Amelia with Google Calendar and then send the details to your Gmail.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Guys, in this video, you will learn to connect Jira application with Google Calendar. So guys, Jira is a project management and collaboration tool, and if you have a team working under you on any project inside Jira application, and if you want to track the work and the tasks of the project directly from your Google Calendar application without going into Jira application by yourself, you can use this automation. Let me show you how this is going to work. So guys, here is the flow of this automation. You can see as and when an issue is created in Jira software, an event will be created in Google Calendar automatically. So if you have the access of this Google Calendar, you can directly check from Google Calendar only what is going on in Jira. Okay, and you can directly see the issues being created and what is the description of the issue. You can directly see it from here. So Google Calendar is easily accessible from any device. So it is going to save your time and your efforts in manually checking the issues. Okay, and to make this happen, we are using Pabbly Connect, which is an integration and automation tool. And the best part, guys, you can set up this automation without any coding skills or programming knowledge. So guys, let's set up this automation together. So to start with this automation, you need to reach the dashboard of Pabbly Connect application first, and to reach here you have to use this link pabbly.com/connect. From here you can set up your free Pabbly Connect account in just 2 minutes by clicking on this sign up free button, and you will get 100 free automation tasks for every new month. So sign up right now, and after that log in to reach here on the dashboard. And guys, here you have to start working by creating a workflow. So just click on this create workflow button, and here you can give a suitable name to this workflow. So I am giving the name here as send Jira issues to Google Calendar. Okay, right, so after giving the name like this, you just have to click on this create button, and you can see your workflow page is loading up. And on this page you will see the trigger and the action. So guys, automations work on these two things only. So the trigger is the happening of that event which is going to trigger or start this workflow, and the action would be the response towards the trigger. As in this use case, the trigger would be a new issue created in Jira application, and the action towards that trigger would be to create an event out of that issue in Google Calendar. Okay, so first of all you need to set up the trigger, and from here you have to choose the trigger application as Jira software. So search for Jira software here, select this, and in the trigger event select configure webhooks option, and it will give you this URL. This is called as a webhook URL, guys, And with the help of this, we are going to make a connection with Jira application, and after that we are going to fetch the response of that connection. That means we are going to create an event, create an issue, and the data of that issue will be fetched here inside this workflow. Let me show you. You can read these instructions, guys, to make this connection. Let me show you how exactly we can do this. So guys, this is my Jira applications dashboard. Here you will find this settings option in the top right corner like this. Click on settings, and from here click on system Jira settings. Under Jira settings, click on system, and under the system settings from the left hand side panel, when you scroll down, you will find webhooks tab under the advanced section. Click on webhooks. Alright, so guys, here you can create a new webhook by clicking on this create a webhook button. Alright, and here you have to give a name to this webhook connection. So I'm giving the name here as to Google Calendar. Okay. To Google Calendar. Alright, and after that you have to enable the status, and here in the URL section you have to just erase this and copy and paste this URL, guys, that you got in your workflow. Just copy it from here and paste it here in this URL field like this. Okay, and here you in the description you can add a description of this connection, and here you will find this issue related events. So guys, from this issue related events you have to check this created box. So this means when an issue is created in the Jira application, the data of that issue is going to be sent to this webhook URL address that you have pasted here. That means we'll capture it in our workflow, right? And here in this box you can see you can add a JQL query, that means Jira queried language, and here you can specify in which project you are creating that issue and from which project you want to capture the data of the issues, because we can have many projects running in parallelly in Jira application. Okay, and for that you have to put a syntax here in Jira queried language, and if you want to know how to put a syntax here, you can come to your workflow, and in the workflow you can see for Jira queried language you can look at this documentation and just click here on the here word written in blue, and you will reach this page, guys. From here you can learn everything about JQL or Jira queried languages, and here you can see if you want to select a project, guys, a specific project, you have to use this JQL query. Okay, so you can just copy this format from here and you can paste it here like this, and here where we have written test, just erase this, and here you can add the name of your own project. So we are working in this project named as Pabbly Connect integrations, so it is showing us the list of all the projects that we have. From here I'm going to select this Pabbly Connect integrations project. So we are done adding the syntax here, and just check this created box under the issue section and then scroll down, and they have many options but we do not need them. After that just click on create, and a new webhook is added here successfully, you can see. Okay, and in this workflow you can see as I have copied this webhook URL, here it started showing waiting for the webhook's response. So this means, guys, now we have to perform a test submission. So test submission means we have to create a issue in Jira project, and the data of that issue will be fetched here as the test data inside this workflow. So you can create any test or demo issue in Jira. Let me show you how. So here I am coming back to the dashboard. From here let me select the project I am working in, which is this Pabbly Connect integrations, and guys, here let me create a new issue. So by clicking on this create button you can create an issue. You can select the project's name, you can select the issue type as a new feature, a bug, epic, improvement. You can select any of these. So I am selecting task here only. Let's create a task. So the new task is, you can add a summary here. So the new summary of this task is, we need to create a trigger event for new issues. So this is just a demo query, demo summary I'm creating for you in Jira. Okay, this is a kind of task you can create. You can put a description also in this task. So this is quite a long summary. I can make it short. Let me paste this thing in the description, and here let me just type new trigger event required. Okay, and this is the description, this is the summary, and now you can select the reporter. You can select the due date of this issue as well, like this, and here you can assign this task to someone, or it will be assigned automatically. So you can manually assign it also. So I am assigning this task to Ashmita Mandal. Okay, now I'm going to click on create, and you can see a new issue is created here. Let me show you. So the issue here is PCI 19. This is the summary, this is the description. Okay, now let us check in Pabbly Connect if we got this data of this test issue captured or not. And you can see here in this response we got the data of a demo issue or a test issue captured. Okay, so guys, here in this data that we have captured, you can see the name of the person to whom it is assigned, and here you can check all other things as the description of the issue. You will find it in this label, okay, in the field description label, and here the summary of the issue is here. Okay, so these are the same things that I have added in the issue that we captured here as the test data, and you can see the due date as well. Now guys, what I want to create an event out of this issue in Google Calendar application. For that we are going to use this action step. From here, search for Google Calendar, which is here, and in the action event select create an event option, then click on connect, and from this window select add new connection option, and then click on connect with Google Calendar. And from this window you have to select the Google account by which you are accessing that calendar, like this. Then you have to provide a bit of additional accesses to Pabbly Connect. Just click on continue here, and we'll be connected with Google Calendar. Okay, you can see we are now connected, and let me show you the calendar. So guys, this is my Google Calendar application, and here I have many calendars created, and here I am under Jira calendar. You can see, and in the Jira calendar you can see I want to add an event here according to the issue that we create inside Jira. Okay, so guys, here I am going to select the name of the calendar from this calendars list. You can see it is showing us the list of all the calendars. From here I'm going to select Jira, and here it is asking for the title of the event. So guys, I'm going to use this data that I have received in the first step as the test data, and here I'm going to use this label. Let me show you, in which we got the summary of the issue. Okay, so here you can see we got the summary here like this. Okay, this is the summary. New trigger event required. Okay, so I'm going to use this label to create a title of the event. So just click here, and from this first step just scroll down and map the summary. Okay, so this is the summary guys. I am going to map it, and in the description from the first step only, by clicking here I can show you all the data that I have received. From here I am going to map the description from the description label. And here it is asking for the location. So if you want to add the location, you can add the location here manually as well. And here it is asking start date time and the end date time of the event in Google Calendar. So guys, I am going to use the data that we got from the first step. Here is the test data, and here we have received the labels. I can show you in which you will get the start date as this. You can see. So guys, here you can see we got this label here, issue fields created. So here you can see the start date and time of the creation of the issue. Okay, so at this date and at this time the issue is created. So I'm going to use this label here as the start date time. So just click here, and from this Jira step map the label which is issue field created label. Okay, here it is, map it. And similarly for the end date, you can use the first step, and from here I'm going to map the due date label. Okay, so you will get the due date label here when you scroll down. So guys, this is the due date label which we can use as the end date time. So just map it here in the end date time field, and you can see here you need to enter the end date time in this format. Okay, so we got the format as this only, YYMMDD, but we do not have the complete thing here. So you can just copy this extra thing from this example, and you can put it here like this. Okay, and this means the event is going to be end at this date at 9:30. Okay, if you want to change the time, you can change the time accordingly. Okay, so I'm just showing you the example, so I'm just keeping it as it is. Here you have to select your time zone. So I'm working in India, so my time zone is Asia, Kolkata. So I'm selecting this. You can select your own time zone. You can select the visibility of the event as private or public. Okay, you can select it from here. I'm making it public for now. You can add the guest if you want in the event to discuss about it. You can put the email address of any guest or any person here. Okay, and we are not making this event recurring, so here I'm leaving this blank because I want this event to create only once according to the Jira project. Okay, now guys, you can check your connection by Google Calendar by clicking on save and send test request, and you will see a new event getting created here inside your calendar on this date, 13th. Okay, so today's date is 13th, so let me show you. I'm clicking on save and send test request, and this is the response we have received. Let's check in our calendar if we got a new event added or not, and you can see on 13th a new event is created here, and you can check the description, the summary of the event here only. Okay, so this is how it is going to work, and here you can see this is the end date of this event. Okay, right, so this is how it is going to work, guys. We are done setting up this automation now, and you can use this same workflow that I have just created, because I'm going to paste the link of this same workflow in the description. So you can clone this same workflow from the description in your own free Pabbly Connect account, and you can start this using this automation instantly. Okay, hey everyone, welcome back, and in this video you will learn to send meeting details or event details from Google Calendar directly and automatically to the attendee on the WhatsApp account automatically. So guys, Google Calendar is a scheduling and time management application, and here you can create events to see your upcoming schedule. And here we have taken the example of scheduling a meeting with anyone, and as you are going to create that meeting, a WhatsApp message will be delivered to the attendee of the meeting saying him or her that you have a meeting scheduled with this person at this time and at this date. Okay, so let me show you how this is going to look like. So guys, this will be the flow of this automation. Here, as and when an event or a meeting is going to be created here in Google Calendar, a WhatsApp message along with the meeting details are going to be delivered on the WhatsApp account of the person who is going to attend this meeting automatically. And to make this happen, we are using Pabbly Connect, which is an integration and automation tool. And the best part is anyone can set up this automation very easily without any coding skills or programming knowledge. So guys, let's set up this automation together. So to set up this automation, you need to reach the dashboard of Pabbly Connect first, and to reach here you have to use this link pabbly.com/connect, and we have pasted this same link in the description. And from here you can set up your free Pabbly Connect account in just 2 minutes, and you will get 100 free automation tasks for every new month. Okay, so sign up right now and log in to reach here on the dashboard. And here you have to click on this create workflow button to create a workflow of automation, and here you can give a relevant name to this workflow. So I am giving the name here as send event details from Google Calendar to WhatsApp. Okay, so you can give any relevant name. After giving the name, just click on this create button and you can see your workflow page is loading up. And on this page guys, you will see the trigger and the action. So automations work on these two things. So the trigger is the happening of that event which is going to trigger or start the workflow, and the action would be the response towards the trigger. As in this use case, the trigger would be creation of an event or a meeting inside Google Calendar, and the action towards that trigger would be to send the WhatsApp message to the attendee or the invitee. Okay, so first of all you have to set up this trigger here. So from this choose app field guys, you need to choose your trigger application, which is Google Calendar in our case. So search for Google Calendar here. This is it, select it. Okay, and in the trigger event guys, you have to select event, new event option. So it will trigger this workflow when a new event is created. Okay, after that click on connect here, and from this window select add new connection, then click on connect with Google Calendar. Alright, and from this window you have to select that Google account by which you have created this calendar. So select that account, and from here you have to provide some additional access to Pabbly Connect. Just click on continue. Alright, and you can see we are getting connected with Google Calendar. Right, so we are now connected, and here it is asking in which calendar you are creating your meetings or your events. So guys, here you can create many calendars inside Google Calendars application. You can see I have created all these calendars, and for now to show you the demo, I am using this modern coaching classes calendar. Okay, so here we have taken the example of a teaching institute or tuition institute, and here the teacher is going to create a class or a online class for any student. Okay, so here you can see you have to choose your calendar first from this list. So from here you can choose the name of your calendar, which is this modern coaching. So guys, now when you click on this save and send test request button, it will fetch the details of a new of a most recently created event or meeting from Google Calendar. Alright, so we are going to create a meeting here, and then we are going to fetch the details. So let's say I want to create a meeting or an online class for my student at 7th of June. Okay, so I'm clicking here, and let me add the title as doubt clearing session for, let's say, biology. Okay, right, so this is the events title, and this is the date, and you can add a time as well. So the time of this meeting is this here, start time. Okay, and this is the end time. This is a 1 hour meeting. All right, and here I am adding a guest, which is my student, and I have this details of my students here and also in my Google contacts. So these are my students. So from here only I am going to copy. Let me enter this person. Arun Shah is my student, so I am adding this person here. Okay, this is Arun Shah, and I have added here, right? And so we are done creating an event here, and I am going to click on save. And okay, it is asking would you like to send invitation email. So if you want to send the invitation emails to your invitees, you can send it from here. Right now I'm clicking on don't send. Okay, and I'm saving the event. So you can see event got saved here at 7th of June, right? Let us capture the details of this event here in our workflow. So I'm clicking on save and send test request, and you can see the response got captured here, and you can see in the summary it is a doubt clearing session for biology. This is the creator's email, this is the organization's name, and this is the time zone, this is the start date time of the meeting and the end date time of the meeting, and here is the attendee's email. Okay, so this is how we can capture the data from Google Calendars of any meeting or any event. Okay, now guys, what I'm going to do, I want to send a WhatsApp message to my student now, telling him or her about this meeting that I have created, about this event. So for that we need to have the WhatsApp number of the student, and we have the numbers and all the details of the student here in Google Contacts. Okay, so from here I'm going to fetch the contact details, and to do that I'm going to use this action step, and from here you need to search for Google Contacts application. This is it. And from here you have to search for an action event, which is search contact option. Okay, so you'll, when you scroll down here, you will find this search contact option selected, then click on connect, and from this window select add new connection, and here it is, the button connect with Google Contacts. Click on it, and from this window guys you need to select the Google account by which you have created Google Contact, by which you are accessing Google Contacts. So I'm selecting the Google account, and then you have to give some additional access to Pabbly Connect. Just click on continue, and you can see we are getting connected with Google Contacts application, right? And here it is asking to search for a value. So guys, here I have added the contact details, and here I have also the Gmail or the email ID is also added here in Google Contacts. So with the help of this email ID that we have received in the first step, I'm going to search for this contact. Okay, you can see in the first step we have received this email ID in the test data. So I'm going to use this label here in the search value. So just click here and you will see this Google Contact step in the drop down, and from here only I'm going to map the email ID of my student like this. Okay, and then click on save and send test request, and it will search for this email ID in Google Contacts and give you this kind of result, in which you can get the full name of the person, the contact details, and here you will find the WhatsApp number also. Let me show you. So this is the phone number or the WhatsApp number that we needed. Okay, so guys, now we got the contact details as well, and now we want to send a WhatsApp message to this number regarding the meeting details or the event details. Alright, for that to happen, we are going to connect our WhatsApp's cloud API setup here in this action step. Okay, so just click on this plus icon, and from here you can connect your WhatsApp's cloud API. So before using this WhatsApp cloud API setup here in this action step, you need to set up that WhatsApp cloud API from here. From this developer.facebook.com, you have to create an app and you have to set up your own WhatsApp cloud API. And to do that, you can check the link that we have pasted in the description, from where you can see the videos in which we have thoroughly explained how you can set up your own WhatsApp cloud API. And after setting up the API, you need to create message templates, guys, to send messages on WhatsApp. And the message templates will look like this. Okay, so this is a message template we are using for this purpose. And to create a message template, you need to reach this page that I'm here, and from your application that you have created in developer section of Meta or Facebook, you will find this step, send messages with the API, and you can read here to create your own message template. Click here, and when you click on this here text, it will redirect you to this page, and in the message template section here you can create such all the message templates like these I have created. Okay, and this is a template I am using, and here you can see. So guys, templates are nothing but the predefined message structures that we are going to use to send messages to multiple people at a time on WhatsApp. Okay, so you need to create these message templates first here and get them approved. After that you can use them. So here you can see this is my message template, which is going to look like this in real time when I am going to send it on WhatsApp like this. Hi Roger Benny, on this date at this time you have an appointment scheduled with us for your doubt session. We look forward to seeing you in 15 minutes advance at our institute. Okay, so this is the kind of message we are going to send, and here you can see. So here you can see we need to have this data to enter in a message. The name of the person to whom I am sending the message, the date of the appointment or the meeting, and the time of the meeting. Okay, so guys, you can see in our workflow we got the data of the person here in the second step, where we have retrieved the details of the from Google Contacts. And in the first step you can see we got the details of the meeting as this. The start time of the date is this in this format. Okay, So we need to change this format, guys, to get it converted in the format in which we can send this kind of message. So we need to have the date in this format YYMMDD, and we need to have the time as well. So I'm going to change the format of this date time that I have received, and to change the format I'm going to use a feature of Pabbly Connect which is called date time formatter. So from this action step, first of all I'm going to choose date time formatter, and in the action event I'm going to choose this format date with time zone option, then click on connect. Alright, and here it is asking the date which you want to format. So the date is here in the first step. You can see in the first step we have received the data of the start date and time of the meeting. Okay, so I'm going to use this label and I'm going to map this label here in this date time formatter step. So to map it, just click here and you will see this first step, and from here map this start date time label like this. Okay, and now it is asking from which format you want to convert. So this is the format we have, YYMMDD, a T in between, then hours and minutes and seconds. So this is the format already selected. Okay, so no need not to change anything here. And here it is asking to which format you want this date now. So guys, we want this date in this format. You can see in the template YYMMDD. Okay, so here you have to select this. Okay, so here this is the format YYMMDD. I'm selecting this, and now you have to choose the time zone in which you want to have the date and time. Okay, so our time zone is Asia Kolkata, guys. So from here I'm going to choose Asia Kolkata. Okay, and in the to time zone, here you also have to select Asia Kolkata. So you need to select your time zone in which you are working. So we are working in Asia Kolkata time zone, so I have selected this. Now click on save and send test request, and you will see in this result label the date in the change format. Okay, so now we got the date as this, and now we want the time. So to get the time in the change format, we need to use this step. We need to actually use date time formatter again. So just click here on this plus icon, and you can select date time formatter again, or what you can do, you can clone this same step also. So to clone this step, just click here on this clone step button and then click on clone now, and the same step will be cloned again, and you will see two date time formatters now. Okay, and in the next date time formatter you have to keep this start date time as it is, from format as it is, and in the to format now we want the time only, so you have to choose this one. Okay, what we want this hours and minutes format. Okay, we want the time only, so in this format I want this thing to change. Okay, and the time zone will be the same. So just click on save and send test request, and now you can see we got the result like this. So we got the time here, right? So now we are ready with the data to send a message on WhatsApp. So to send a message on WhatsApp, just click here on the plus icon, and from here select for WhatsApp's cloud API. This one is here, select it, and in the action event send template message option, it's because we are using this template to send the message. Okay, then click on connect here, and from here select add new connection, and here it is asking for the token key, phone number ID, and the WhatsApp business account ID. So guys, as I have already told you that we have videos in the description in which you can see how to set up your own cloud API, and after setting up your cloud API, and when you open this application in the developer section of Meta, you will find this WhatsApp option here, and in the getting started section you will reach this page, and here you will get a temporary access token first. But guys, temporary access tokens expires in 24 hours, so you need to generate a permanent access token, and to do that you can click here on this here text. You can see in the instructions, when you click here on this here text, you will reach this forum page of Pabbly Connect, that is forum.pabbly.com, and here in the threads we have embedded the two videos in which you can see how to set up your WhatsApp cloud API inside Pabbly Connect, and how to generate the permanent access token for making the connections with WhatsApp Cloud API. Okay, so you can see these things and you can read the instructions along with the screenshots to make the connection. Okay, now guys, here you can see in this My Connect message app, I have in Meta developer section, I have this option here, send and receive message, and here is the phone number ID. Okay, so you have to copy that ID, paste it here, and you will find this WhatsApp business account ID also from here. Just copy this and paste it here like this. And when you generate your permanent access token, you have to keep it safe and you have to paste it here, because generating permanent access token is a one-time task only. Once you get your permanent access token generated, you have to use the same token to make the connection again with Pabbly Connect. And making the connection here by this process, by filling these three things and clicking on save, is also a one-time process. Once you made a connection by filling these three things here and clicking on save, after that, when you want to make the connection again, you can use existing connections. Okay, so as I have already made a connection before in a different workflow by this process, so now I can use this existing connection option, and after selecting this, you can select your connection from here. You can see this is my existing connection. I'm selecting this, and now I just have to click on save, and you can see we are getting connected with Cloud API again. Okay, and now it is asking for the template's name that you are using to send the message. So I have already shown you my template. This is my template, appointment_detail. So you have to select that template from this list, and here it will show you all the templates that you have approved inside your developer section of Meta, okay, or your Cloud API setup. So from here, select the template, and after selecting the template, the language code and the template ID will be filled up automatically. And here it is asking for the recipient's mobile number or the WhatsApp number of the attendee. Okay, so guys, here you can see in the previous tab we have used Google Contacts application to fetch out the contact details of our students. And here in this response section, sorry, not here, here in this response section, we got the details of our student, like the contact details as this. Okay, and here we got this label, this phone number value label, in which we got the WhatsApp number. Okay, so I'm going to use this label, guys, to map it here. Okay, so just click here, and from this Google Contacts step, map the phone number label or the WhatsApp number label. Okay, so this is the WhatsApp number label. I'm mapping it, and you have to enter this number in this format with a country code and without any plus sign, like this. Okay, now it is asking for these body fields 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So what are these body fields? Let me show you. So guys, here you can see in the appointment detail template that I have created, I have added the variable tags here inside the message body. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5 and this is 6. So these variable tags are called the body fields. So guys, these are the things which you need to enter here, which you need to add in the message body in strategic places, and these are the variables which are going to change with every new message. Okay, as you can see, after hi, I want to have the name of the person to whom I'm sending the message, so that is going to change with every new message, and the date and the time of the meeting is also going to change and schedule with us for, and the title of the meeting can also change. Okay, and the venue of the meeting can also change. So these are the variable things which you want to change. So to get these things change with every new message, you need to map the values of these body fields here in your workflow like this. Okay, so here I am going to map the values of these fields. So let me click here on the first body field, and from this Google Contact search contact option, let me map the name of the person as this. Okay, for the second body field, I am going to use this date time formatter step, in which we have formatted, in which we have changed the format of the date, and you will find this result label here. So map it. In the third body field, map this the result label from the fourth step, where we have changed the format of the time. Okay, right, and here in the fourth body field, you need to enter the title of this whole thing. Okay, so the title of the meeting. So you'll get the event details or the meeting details from the first step. From here only, map this summary, okay, like this. Fifth body field, here you have to map the enter the venue details. So here I am putting the name of my institute. So I am putting here Modern Coaching Institute manually, because this is going to be the same for this automation. Okay, so you can enter things manually here, but the things you are entering manually are not going to change with new messages. The things that you are mapping here are going to change automatically. Okay, so this will remain the same. And here in this next body field, let me check what we should enter on the last. Okay, right, so here I'm entering the name of my coaching only. So it will appear. Let me show you how it is going to appear in a new message. Alright, so we are done mapping and filling the details of the body fields. Now I can show you how the message will look like, because I have access to this WhatsApp account. This is a test WhatsApp account. So you can check your connection by clicking on save and send test request, and a test message will be delivered to this WhatsApp number. So let us see. So this is the response we have received, and we got a new message here on this WhatsApp number. Let me show you. And you can see the message is this: Hi Arun Shah, on this date at this time you have an appointment scheduled with us for your doubt clearing session for biology. We look forward to seeing you 15 minutes in advance at Modern Coaching from Modern Institute team. And you can see we have this template, and in places of the body fields you can see the data is changed here automatically. Okay, so this is how it is going to work, and the data is same as I have mapped here. So this is how it is going to work, guys, and we are done setting up this automation. So let me show you a quick recap what we have done here. So first of all, in the trigger I connected Google Calendars application. Then we created a test event, a test meeting, and fetched the data of that event here. Then I used Google Contacts application to fetch out the details of this contact. Okay, and we got the WhatsApp number here. After that, I connected date time formatter to get the format of this start date time changed according to our need, and we get it changed, and we got it here in the result label. After that, we clone this step again to get the change format of the time as well. Alright, after that I connected WhatsApp Cloud API to send messages on WhatsApp automatically. So guys, you have to set up this automation only once, and you can use this same workflow, because I'm going to paste the link of this same workflow in the description so that you can clone it in your own free Pabbly Connect account and start using this automation instantly.
Hello everyone. So in this video, we will learn how to create a Google Calendar event on form submission. So imagine this: you are using HubSpot form to schedule bookings for your hotel. So a booking has been made by a guy called as John. So you want to create an event in Google Calendar using the data generated from HubSpot forms. So here you have two choices. The first choice is copy all the details of John from HubSpot, which includes the check-in date as well as the checkout date. Sort it out and manually create an event in Google Calendar. The problem with this approach is it's actually very repetitive and tiresome. So I would suggest that you bring in some automation so that whenever a new form is submitted in HubSpot, it will automatically create an event on Google Calendar. So in this video, we will be using Pabbly Connect to integrate HubSpot and Google Calendar. The best part of using Pabbly Connect is there is no need for coding skills or programming knowledge. It can be done easily. Let me show you on my screen. Okay, so we will begin with a small example. So as you can see, I have published a form. So I'm just going to copy the link of this form, and I'm just going to work on Microsoft Edge. So the reason I'm working on Microsoft Edge is because we will get an idea how a customer is going to fill in his form. Okay, so that is why I have used a different browser. So imagine this, this is the form, and as you can see, this form is already pre-filled. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to remove the history so that it can also remove the browsing data as well as the cache error that is coming now. Okay, so let me just again refresh this form. Now we are going to fill in the form as a completely different person. Okay, so a person called as Jack Reacher 123 @gmail.com is filling in the form. Okay, so the title of The title he is going with is hotel booking, and the description is musical event, and the day he wants is from 2104. Okay, 21. Okay, let's keep it as 20th of April 2021 to 2021 04, and he wants to stay in the hotel up to 25th of April. Okay, so this is the check-in date 20th of April 2021, and checkout date is 25th of April 2021, and the guy is called as Jack Reacher, and the title is hotel booking, and the description is musical event. He's taking part in some kind of musical event, and that is why he is checking in on 20th of April. So let me just click on submit as Jack Reacher. Okay, so Jack Reacher has submitted the form. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to take you to my Google Calendar. Okay, so as you can see, we do have an event called as hotel booking, and the due date, the checkout date is on 25th. Yes, so the checkout date is also on the checkout date is also shown, that is 25th of April, that is Sunday, hotel booking. So basically this is the booking by a guy called as Jack Reacher. So basically this is the whole gist. Once a form is filled in HubSpot, it will be created as an event in Google Calendar. Now to begin the integration process, let me just type pabbly.com in the browser. So your obvious question is, why pabbly.com? Well, we have an app called as Pabbly Connect that will integrate HubSpot and Google Calendar. So basically this is the website of pabbly.com. Let me just click on sign in. Okay, so this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. As you can see, I already have made an account in Pabbly Connect. You can also build your own free account in just 2 minutes. So let me just scroll down, and here you will find Connect. Just click on Access Now. Okay, so at the top right corner, you will find a button, Create Workflow. Click this. Now, before I create a workflow, there is something I have to do. So as you can see, I already have created a workflow, that is HubSpot Google Calendar. Now I'm going to switch off this workflow. Okay, since we are going to create a new workflow, it will create duplicate results. So to avoid these duplicate and double results, I have switched off this old workflow. It is actually none of your concern. We are going to start from scratch by clicking on Create Workflow. Okay, so the name of the workflow I'm going to give it is HubSpot to Google Calendar. Google Calendar. Of course, you can give any name according to your discretion. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so this is a window called as the trigger window. So basically, we are going to create a new workflow. Now, if you want to clone or replicate this workflow, the link of this workflow is available in the description box. So in the Choose app, how about we make it as HubSpot? Because we want to send the data from HubSpot. That is why HubSpot CRM. Okay, so now in the trigger event, we have to mention it as new form submission. Okay, so this is the one. New form submission is a trigger event. So your obvious question is, what is a trigger event? Trigger is basically if statement. It asks a question, if the condition is met, what should be done? For example, if a new form is submitted in HubSpot, then what action should be taken by the system? Now we do have a ton of trigger events like new contact added, new deal added, new product added, contact updated, new task and event. All of them are a bunch of trigger events. Now, in case if you want more triggers of your choice, you can make a request to our team at admin@pabbly.com to custom build a trigger event for you. But at present, I just want to send the data when a new form submission is made in HubSpot. So basically, the gist is we are just trying to integrate a form in HubSpot to Pabbly Connect. So let me just take you to HubSpot. So let me just remove this. Okay, so basically this is the form, that is Google Calendar form. So to begin the actual integration process, let me just take you to this part called as automation. Click this. Okay, so in the automation tab, you will find the option called as workflows. Click this. Okay, so what we are going to do here is we are going to create a new workflow. So let me just click on create workflow. So basically we have to give a name. I'm going to give it as Google Calendar Events. Okay, it's just a random name. Let me just fix this spelling. Okay, so the type I'm going with is start from scratch. Let me just click on next. Okay, so basically we have to set up the trigger. So let me just click on set enrollment trigger. So basically we have to set the trigger as when the form is submitted in HubSpot, then the data should flow. And in the action event, it will be asking where the data should flow. So let's first fix the trigger. So the trigger is when the form is made submitted. Okay, so this is the one, and we have to select the form. So I'm going to select the form. This is the one that we are interested in, Google Calendar forms. Okay, and let me just click on apply filter, and let me just click on save. Okay, so our trigger has been set up. Now we have to set up the action. Now we want to send the data to a webhook. So let me just click on trigger webhook. So this is basically our action. And here we have to enter the webhook URL. Of course, the method will remain as post. So to get the webhook URL, let's have a visit to Pabbly Connect and copy this. This is the webhook URL you want. Copy this and simply paste it here. Okay, so we have entered the webhook URL. So let me just click on save. Okay, so we have added the action as set the trigger webhook, and as you can see, it is showing the webhook is presently off. So let me just click on review. We have to make some changes here, and in the existing contacts, let me just click on yes, enroll existing contacts. And there is something else you have to do, that is re-enrollment. Let me just click on edit, click on this checkbox, and click on just save. Okay, so basically still the workflow is off. Let me just click on turn on. Okay, so we have set on this workflow. So what we are going to do here is basically we have integrated this particular Google Forms to Pabbly Connect. So basically this means that anytime a new form submission is made in this particular form, Pabbly Connect has to capture the data. So as to ensure that Pabbly Connect captures this data, let me just click on this button, capture webhook response. Click this. Okay, so it is showing it is waiting for the data. So let me just go to my forms. Okay, so my form is available in marketing, lead capture, forms. So let me just show you the form. So this is the form, Google Calendar forms. So I'm just going to click on edit. Okay, click on update. And this is the form link. So basically you already know this is the form link. I'm just going to copy this, and to get a perspective of consumer or customer, I'm just going to open this in Microsoft Edge or Microsoft in a different browser. You can also try it Mozilla, or you can also try in Chrome. I'm just giving you an example how a customer or a respondent is going to fill in the form. So before I do that, let me just remove the cache error. Okay, so I'm just going to history, clear browsing data. Okay, so let me just click on clear now, and let me just refresh this form. Okay, so we are going to enter some details. So a person called as Reina123 rttr@gmail.com is filling in the form. Okay, so Reina has a title that she has to participate in an art competition or hotel booking. Again, we are just giving it as hotel booking for art classes. So the description I'm mentioning is I have art classes in this area. I'm scheduling the booking. Okay, so this is, I have art classes in this area, I'm scheduling the booking. And she's interested in the check-in date from, let's say, 21, and the checkout date 2021 04 till 29 of April. Okay, so the check-in date is 21 of April 2021. The checkout date is 29 of April 2021. So let me just click on submit. Okay, so a form has been submitted by a person called as Reina. So what we are going to do here is we are just going to look into Google Forms, I'm sorry, HubSpot Forms, whether the data has been captured by Pabbly Connect. So it is showing it is waiting for the data. Give it 1 or 2 seconds. Okay, so as you can see, this is the webhook response, and let us search for each of the response. So I'm just going to type. So as you can see, this is the email. Okay, so this is the email of the person, and the reason she is scheduling it is because of the art classes, hotel booking for the art classes, and then we have the description. Let's just type booking. Okay, so this is the description, hotel booking for art classes. So we have all the details perfect to create a perfect event in Google Calendar. Now there is something else. We have to actually figure out our checkout date. So this is my checkout date. So this is the checkout date. As you can see, this is the checkout date. Okay, so basically it is showing in some different format. Similarly, we have the check-in date. So let us have a look. Where is our check-in date? Okay, so just let me just look into the check-in date. Okay, so this is the check-in date. So as you can see, it is showing in some different kind of format. So basically this is a timestamp format. So basically we have the check-in date as well as the checkout date in timestamp format, So we have to actually convert into a more human readable format. Okay, so we have, as I mentioned before, we have the checkout date. So where is our checkout date? Let me just show you one more time. Okay, so this is our checkout date. Okay, so as you can see, it is in timestamp format. Similarly, we have the check-in date in also in timestamp format. So we have to convert each of them into human readable format. Okay, so what we are going to do here is I'm just going to cancel this, and let me just introduce one more action window. One more window. So this window is called as the action window. So here we are going to work with the date time. Okay, date time formatter. In the action event, how about we make it as format date with time zone? Then click on connect with date time formatter. Okay, so here in the date, we are going to first convert the check-in date. So as you may remember, the check-in date was, I think, 25th, and the checkout date was 29th. So don't worry, we will get that result. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just click on this button. So this button is called as the mapping button. When we click this, we will find all the data that we have received from HubSpot. So let us look for the data that is check-in date. So check-in date, let me just search here directly. So this is the checkout date. We want the check-in date. So this is the check-in date. So this is the value, and we have mapped it. Now basically this time zone is Asia Kolkata, because I'm working from Asia Kolkata. So the time zone is Asia Kolkata. Now the format that we are interested in is called as the UTC format. So basically this is our UTC format. Okay, year, month, and date time. Okay, so basically at this point it is a timestamp format. We are going to convert into this format. You will understand it in a minute, don't worry. So let me just again convert this into Asia Kolkata. Okay, so this is the time zone that we are interested in. Okay, so all we have to do is just click on save and send test request to convert this into this format. So let me do that. Let me just click on save and send test request. Okay, so as you can see, this is the result. So as you can see, it is on 21st of April 2021. So that's the day that we had filled and the check-in date. Now coming to the next part, that is we have to work on the checkout date. So we are going to use one more action window. Okay, so we are going to do the same process once again for the checkout. So date time formatter it is. In the action event, format date with time zone. Let me just click on connect with date time formatter. Now we are going to map in the checkout date. So the checkout date. So this is the checkout date, and we have mapped it. Okay, so we have mapped it. So the time zone is Asia Kolkata, and we have entered it. The format that we are interested in is called as the UTC format, and we have selected it. Now to the time zone, we want the UTC format is again Asia Kolkata, because I'm working in Asia Kolkata's time zone. Okay, so our conditions are ready. So let me just click on save and send test request. Okay, so this is the API response. Okay, so this is the result. So as you can see, it is showing the same result that we want, that is 29th of April. So this is the checkout date, that is 29th of April 2021. And then we have the time. You can actually ignore that. Now coming to the same thing with regards to the checkout date, check-in date. So we have 21st of April 2021. This is the check-in date, and this is the checkout date. Okay, so basically now we have to create an event in Google Calendar. So to do that, let me just create one more action window. Okay, so in the choose app, let me just type Google Calendar. Google Calendar it is. In the action event, let me just click on create an event. Okay, so let me just click on connect with Google Calendar. In the new credentials, let me just click on connect with Google Calendar. Okay, so as you can see, I have a series of Gmail accounts, and in this particular Gmail account, this calendar is located. So I'm selecting this one. So we are going to create an event in this particular Google Calendar. Now it is asking me to confirm my choice. So before I click on allow, let me tell you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with us. So on the basis of that trust, let me just press allow. Okay, so it is showing the authorization is successful. Just press OK. So as you can see in the calendar, it is showing holidays in India. So when we just expand this, these are all the calendars that is present in my Google Calendar. So these are all the calendars that is present here. All the calendars that is present here is being reflected here, because Pabbly Connect is now integrated with Google Calendar. So what we're going to do here is we are just going to create one more calendar. Okay, so let me just click on create new calendar. The name of the calendar is bookings. Just a random name, and let me just click on create a calendar. Okay, so the calendar is actually getting created. Okay, so the calendar is created. So the name of the calendar is booking. Okay, so let me just go back. let me just remove this. Okay, so this is the only calendar that we are going to create events, that is the booking calendar. And what we're going to do here is I'm just going to click on refresh. So when I click on refresh, I can expect to find this newly created calendar in the drop down. So as you can see, we do have a calendar called as booking. So we are selecting this one. Now in the title we are just going to give is as art classes something, or hotel booking for art classes. Now similarly, the description was again something related to the art that Reena had filled. I have art classes scheduled in the booking, and the person's name, okay, person's email is this one. Okay, so this is how that will come. I'm sorry, I think we can do much better than this, so I'm just removing this. We actually can frame much better description. New booking created by, and here we are going to enter the email. So the email was I'm sorry. Okay, so this is the email and we have mapped it. Now let me just remove the semicolon from here, and let me just put the colon here. Okay, I'm sorry, it was the colon. And after that we are just going to enter the description. Description was, I have art classes in this area, I'm scheduling the booking. So it will look like a new booking created by the person, and this is the description that will come along with it. Now that location is Kolkata. Okay, the start date time. Okay, so basically here this data will come. So basically this is our check-in date. Okay, so as you can see, we had converted the check-in date from the timestamp format into UTC format. So basically this is our check-in date. We want this detail here. Okay, we want this detail here. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to click on the mapping button, and this time we are going to work with the second accordion. Okay, we are going to click this and we are going to map in the time. Okay, so this is the time, that is 21st of April 2024. So this is the start time, that is the check-in time, and the end date time was basically the checkout time. So the checkout time is this, that is 29th of April 2021. So as you can see, this is the checkout time, and I'm just going to click here and I'm just going to map this detail here. Now the time zone, we have mapped it again and again, so we are not going to map this again. So what we're going to do here is we are just going to enter this value here. Okay, and the visibility is I'm keeping it as public. Now in case if you want to bring any guests, so what we have to do is just copy this line. Okay, copy this, paste it here, and enter the email of the person that you are tagging along with. So I'm going to bring Steve Jobs. No, so basically let's imagine this is a guy who is a receptionist. So in place of guest, we are just going to map in the email of the receptionist, because this email won't change, it will always remain static. So the guest I'm bringing is, I'm sorry, the receptionist is let's say Elon Musk. Okay, so he's the receptionist. Okay, @gmail.com. Okay, so this is how you enter the guest. Basically the receptionist, in this case I'm keeping it as receptionist. Okay, now coming to the event recurrence rule. So since this event happens only once, so I'm just going to copy this line and going to paste it here. Easy. Okay, so we have mentioned the event recurrence rules, we have mentioned the guest, this is the visibility, this is the time zone, this is the checkout date, this is the check-in date, this is the location, this is the description, this is the title, and this is the calendar that we are going to create the event. So what we are going to do here is I'm just going to click on save and send test request to create an event in a particular calendar called as booking. So let me do that. Let me just click on save and send test request. Okay, so the API response is showing that we have created. Okay, so the event was from, so let me just show you. So it was from 21. Okay, so it is showing hotel booking for art classes and up to 29. So this is the 29 that is for art classes, 5:30 a.m. Excellent. So the presence of this event shows that we have successfully integrated HubSpot and Google Calendar with help of Pabbly Connect. Now before you leave, let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to minimize this action window, going to minimize this action window, and I'm going to minimize this action window, and of course I'm going to minimize the trigger window. So basically this is the whole process in a nutshell. First you integrated HubSpot form to Pabbly Connect, and then you have used the datetime formatter to convert the check-in date which was in the POSIX format or the timestamp format into UTC format. And then again you have used the datetime formatter to convert the checkout date from the POSIX format or the timestamp format into UTC format. And then you have created an event in Google Calendar by integrating with Pabbly Connect. So now there's a perfect flow of data between HubSpot and Google Calendar.
So in this video, we are going to learn how to get automatic WhatsApp reminders from Google Calendar. Now suppose guys you are using Google Calendar to manage all of your important events and meetings. And you want that every day in the morning, you want to get all the details of your today's event, that day's event, as a WhatsApp message with all the event details from Google Calendar. So let me tell you, you can actually automate this process. So in this automation, every day, you will get the details from your Google Calendar events from your Google Calendar account, and then automatically you will get a message on your WhatsApp number with each and every event details using Interact. So guys, how you can set up this automation between Google Calendar and Interact. So here Interact is an API service of WhatsApp which you can use actually to get or send events on your WhatsApp number. Now how you can set up this automation? To know this, you have to come with me to my screen.
So as you can see, here we are on Pabbly Connect's dashboard. Now to reach this dashboard, you will get a free sign-up link of Pabbly Connect in the description box below. By clicking on that link, you can create your free Pabbly Connect account in just 2 minutes. And after reaching to this dashboard, just click on Create Workflow and give this workflow a name. For example, I would like to name my workflow as Google Calendar to Interact. And then just click on Create. Now you can see that a workflow is open over here. And in this workflow, we have 2 different windows. First one is the trigger window and second one is the action window. So triggers and actions are basically those 2 concepts, those 2 principles on which this whole automation works on, where the trigger says when this happens and the action says do this. So let's begin with our trigger window. So the idea here is, first, we are going to make sure that this automation workflow should be executed every day. And after that, using this automation, first, we will get the details of all the events which we have on that particular day. Like for example, today is 27th of January and I have a couple of events in my Google Calendar on 27th of January. First one is Developers Conference and second one is Test Event. So in this automation, first we will get the details of all the events which we have on that particular day. And then after that guys, what we are going to do, we are going to send all of these event details using Pabbly Connect to Interact so that from Interact, we can get a WhatsApp message on our number that we have an event today. Like for example, I schedule this automation workflow to be executed every day at 8 a.m. in the morning. So every day at 8 a.m. this automation workflow will run. It will get the details of all the events which I'm going to have today, like for the whole day. And then on my WhatsApp message, I will get the notification, the WhatsApp message for each and every event which I have on my Google Calendar marked for today. So let's see how you can do this. It is very simple. So as I told you, first we have to ensure this automation workflow should be executed every day. So for that, here in trigger window, we are going to use a feature of Pabbly Connect that is called schedule. So select schedule over here. After selecting schedule by Pabbly, the next thing it asks us is how often you want to run your workflow. And in the drop down, you can see different options over here. So one option is every day because we want to execute this automation workflow every day. So just select it. And then it is asking us for the time, that every day at what time you want to execute this workflow. Basically, you can select any time according to your requirement. So I'm just selecting the time as, for example, 8 a.m. as we discussed. 8 a.m. Every day at 8 a.m. this automation workflow will run. And just click on save. So we have successfully scheduled this automation workflow. Then after that, in the next step, we want to get the details of the event of today's event, all the events we have today from Google Calendar. But before that, to do so, what we have to do, we have to basically get today's date. That what is the today's date? For what date we want to get the event from Google Calendar. So here guys, we have to add today's date, the current date in this automation workflow. And to do so, just scroll down, come to this action window, and here in Choose App, we have to search for Datetime Formatter. So Datetime Formatter is another module, another feature of Pabbly Connect using which we can add the current date in this workflow. So after selecting Datetime Formatter, in Action Event from the drop-down, select Current Date. And after this, just click on Connect. After clicking on Connect, the first thing it asks us is Basic Format. And in the drop-down below, you can see a list of different formats over here, that in which format you want to get this current date. So I want to get the current date in the format of year, months and dates. So we will be selecting this format, and then it asks us include time in response, that do you want to include time in the response or not. So from the drop down, we are going to select false because we don't want to get time in response. And then just click on save and send test request. After clicking on save and send test request, here you can see that in this response, you can see today's date in the same format which we have selected. Year, month and date, the 27th of January 2023. Now after that, using this date, we are going to get the details of all the events which we have on this particular date, means today, from Google Calendar in this Pabbly Connect workflow. And to do so, just scroll down and click on this Add Actions tab button. And then in Choose App, search for Google Calendar. Just select it. And here in Action Event from the drop down, we have to select the action event as Search Event Advanced. Just select this action event and then click on Connect. Now here guys, we have to connect our Google Calendar account with Pabbly Connect. And to make this connection, click on this Add New Connection button and click on this Sign In with Google button. And then just select your Google Calendar account, scroll down and click on Allow. And as you click on Allow, we will see our Google Calendar account will get connected with Pabbly Connect. After making this connection, the first thing it asks us is the calendar. And here in the drop down below, you can see a list of all the calendars which we have created in our Google Calendar account. So here in Google Calendar, you can see all of these calendars. And out of all of these calendars, this is the calendar named as events. And in this particular calendar, I'm creating all the events. And from this calendar, guys, I want to get the details of the event in my Pabbly Connect workflow and get notifications on my WhatsApp number as a WhatsApp message. So from this drop down, select that calendar events. After selecting calendar, the next thing it asks us is search term. So using the search term of any of the field or any of the detail, you can also get the details of the event as well. But guys, in this video, we are not going to use the search term. What we are going to use? We are going to use this time duration of time maximum and time minimum. So guys, by adding some date and time in these two fields, we will be getting all the details of all the events which we have in this time duration, which we are going to enter in these two fields from our Google Calendar account. So here guys, using date time formatter, we have added the today's date, the current date. So first we have to basically map this same date over here in these two fields. Now this is because here in the help text below, you can see that upper bound exclusive for an event start time to filter by. It must be greater than time minimum. Example this. So here we have to enter the maximum time and minimum time in this particular formats. We have two different formats and only in these formats we can enter the date and time. So what we are going to do in time minimum and in time maximum, we are going to enter a time duration. And every time this automation workflow will be executed, the current date in this response will be changed, and then it will basically get the details of all the events which we have today. So we are going to enter the time duration in these two fields in such a way that all the events are covered. And then after getting those details, we are going to send that data to WhatsApp in the next step. So how it is done, let's see. Let me show you. Let's start with time minimum first. So we have to first map this current date over here. And guys, the process of mapping is very simple. Simply click on this field and from the drop down below, from date time formatter responses, select the response of date and map it. Then after that, we are going to use this particular format. So in this format, after the date like year, months and day, we have this T for time and then we have to enter the time over here. So what I am going to do, I am just going to manually enter the T and we are going to enter the time as this 00, 00 and 00Z. So it basically means at 27th of January 2023, the minimum time is 12 at the midnight, basically 0 hours, 00 hours, that is 12 midnight, 12 AM. And then in max time, once again, we are going to map the same date, but this time, the time which we are going to enter will be 23:59:59 Z. So basically, we have added the same date, but the minimum time is at 12 AM in the midnight and the maximum time is 11:59 AM on the same day. So in this way, we have approximately covered all the 24 hours of this particular day. Now what we can do, guys, using this action step of Google Calendar, that is search events advanced, we are going to get the details of all the events which we have in Google Calendar in this particular time frame in response. So just click on this save and send test request button. So here guys, after clicking on save and send test request, here you can see that we have received some response. And in this response, you can see the details of our event. And yes, here it is. We have the name of the event, we have the description of the event. Also, we will scroll down, you will find the start date and time and end date and time of the event. Now here guys, you can see that in our Google Calendar account for 27th of January, we have created two events. First one was a developers conference for which we have received the response. This is the event details. And we will scroll down further and we will see the details of second event as well. So this is the name of the second event. This is the description of the second event. And here it is. The second event was test event. So in this way, you can see that using this action step, by adding the dates, mapping the dates and entering the time in such a way, you can get the details of all the events that we have in that time frame. So every day this automation workflow will be executed using date time formatter. We will add the current date in this automation workflow. And then after that, we are going to map the same dates over here. We have mapped same date. So on the same date in this time duration, whatever events were created in Google Calendar, that will be received over here in response. But here guys, you will notice that in this response, we have basically received the details of the event in separate response. But what we have to do, we just have to turn off the simple response button. And once again, we have to click on save and send test request. Now guys, after clicking on save and send test request once again, by turning this simple response button off, here you can see that we have received an array of data. We have collectively received details of all the events which we have in that particular time duration, on that particular day basically. So here you can see that we have received the same details, same data of a new event or all the events from Google Calendar over here. But this data is present in array format and we have collectively received the data, the response of all the events over here. Now what we have to do guys, we have to basically process this data one by one. Like first we are going to process the data of the first event which we have, and then we are going to send the WhatsApp message with the event details to our number. Then after that we are going to process the second event and the third event and so on, that for all the events which we have on that particular day. Now guys, what we are going to do, we have to basically change this data from array format to a simpler format. And also we have to process this data one by one. And to do so, we are going to use another feature of Pabbly Connect that is called iterator. So basically we are going to iterate all of this data. And to do so, just click on this add action step button. And here in choose app, just select iterator. After selecting iterator by Pabbly, here in choose array, it has automatically detected the response which we have received in array format. So here you can see that the response of items is received in array format from Google Calendar and it has automatically detected it. And the important note says the response includes the first expanded data set as value, which can be mapped in further step. At the time of workflow execution, it will process all values one by one. We support iteration of maximum 500 records at once. So after this guys, when we click on save and send test request in response, we will get the data of the very first data set, basically the very first event over here. But at the real-time execution, like when this automation workflow will be executed every day, it will basically process all the data one by one. Like first, it is going to process the data of first event, then second event, then third event, and so on. So just click on this save and send test request button. And after that, we will see in response, you can see the details of the first event over here. And here in this response, you can see the details of the first event, the first value data set which we have received in array from Google Calendar can be seen over here. So here you can see the same name of the event. You can see the same description as well. We will scroll down further. You can see the same start date and time and end date and time of the event as well. Now this means the step 2 of setting up this automation is completed. We have successfully basically received the details of all the events which we have today from our Google Calendar account inside Pabbly Connect. Now what we have to do, we have to basically send this same data to Interact so that using Interact, we can get a WhatsApp message automatically with the event details as well. And to do so, just scroll down, click on this add action step button, and here in choose app, search for Interact. Just select it. After selecting Interact, in action event from the drop down, select the action event as Send WhatsApp Template Message. Click on Connect and select Add New Connection. Now here guys, we have to connect our Interact account with Pabbly Connect. And to make this connection, we have to enter the security key of our Interact account. Now guys, you must be thinking how you can get this security key. So you just have to follow the help text given below over here. Just go to your Interact account and from the left sidebar, go to Settings and click on this Settings option. After going to Settings page, click on Developer Settings and here you can see the secret key of your Interact account. Just copy this secret key from here, go to Pabbly Connect and paste it over here. And then just click on Save. And when we click on Save, we will see our Interact account will get connected with Pabbly Connect. After making this connection, the first thing it asks us is the country code, phone number or full phone number. Now, if you have a different response for country code, like here you can see separate response, separate details of country code and phone number in these two fields. Or you can choose to enter the full phone number in this field as well. So what I'm going to do, because I want to get the event reminders on my own WhatsApp number as a message, so I'm just going to enter my own WhatsApp number over here. So we have manually entered all the details, the full phone number with country code and plus sign. Then after this, it is asking us template code. Now here you must be thinking, what are these templates? So templates are basically some predefined WhatsApp messages which we have to create and interact to send the WhatsApp message. Now here guys, what we have to do? We have to basically first create a template in our Interact account and then we have to get that template approved. And after getting it approved, we have to enter the template code name over here in this field, that using this automation workflow, that which template from our Interact account we want to use. And to get the template code name, you just have to go to the templates page, open the template which you want to use, like this is the WhatsApp message template in this format. I want to get the details of the event as reminders as a WhatsApp message. And after opening your template, here in the URL section, you can see the code name. So here after template slash and before slash view, here you can see the template code name. Just copy this template code name from here and then paste it over here. So using this automation, now we are telling Interact that we want to use this template to send the details. Then it is asking us language code. So here you can see right now I have created this template in only one language and that is English. So we have to enter the language code of that particular language. So small en is the language code for English. So this is it. Here we have entered. If you want to get the language code for your particular template, you can just click on this link and here you can see all the supported language codes over here. Or you can use the language code for which you have created the template in Interact. Then it is asking us header value. So while creating the template, you also have an option to add some kind of image, video or document with the WhatsApp message which you are getting on your number. So if you create a template with the headers as image, video or document, you can basically add that what is the link, what is the image, video or document you want to receive with the WhatsApp message. And you just have to enter the link of that particular document or file over here in this header value. Right now, I haven't created any template with image, video or document, so we can just ignore this field for now. Then it is asking us body variable values. Now here you must be thinking, what are these variables? So in this WhatsApp message template, you will see I have added some numbers in double curly braces. Here we have 1, here we have 2, here it is 3, 4 and 5. So these numbers are basically some variables. So after hello, I wanted to mention my name. Then after here, in place of 2 in double curly braces, I wanted to mention the name of the event. Then here is the description. Here is the start date and time and end date and time. So here guys, what we have to do basically, here these details, all of these details will be keep on changing for every new message I get with the event details. Like every event have a different details, different name, description and all the details. And then for every new message, here you can see that the details will be keep on changing. This means this text is basically a dynamic text, a variable which will be keep on changing. And to add this kind of dynamic text in our message, which will be keep on changing, we have to enter these variable values, that what is the text we are going to insert in place of these variables. We have to enter that over here. For example, we have this first variable. So what we have to do, in place of this variable 1, in place of this number 1 in double curly braces, what is the text you want to enter in your WhatsApp message, in the notification message which you get on WhatsApp. So here I want to get my name. For example, demo is my name. Then after this, we have this variable 2. And in place of variable 2, we wanted to mention the name of the event for which we are getting the details on WhatsApp. So here just add a comma, and after the comma, we have to mention the name or the value of variable 2. So here we have received the name of the event from Google Calendar responses, and using iterator, we have received that data in simple format. So from iterator responses, select the response of the name or the summary of the event and map it. Then add another comma. After this, we have to mention the text which we want to add in place of variable 3. So in variable 3, we want to mention the description of the event. So from iterator responses, once again, select the response of description of the event and map it over here. Then let's add another comma. In variable 4, we wanted to mention the start date and time of the event. So once again, from iterator responses, select the response of event start date time and map it. Add another comma, and in place of variable 5, we wanted to enter the event end type. So in the WhatsApp message, we want to get it. So once again, follow the same process. End date time, just select it and map it over here. So in this way, by adding the commas in this body variable value field, you can basically mention the text or the details or the variable values which you want to put in your template message. After mentioning body variable values, it is asking us portion of CTA button, the call to action button, and value of variable in dynamic URL. So you also have an option to basically add the call to action button. Like here in this template, I haven't added any kind of button, but you have an option to add some kind of call to action button in dynamic URL as well. If you add, so here you can see or select the position of that button. Like here you can see there are two different positions, 0 and 1. And in what position you want to mention that button, you can select it and also mention the dynamic URL over here. Right now, because we haven't added any kind of dynamic URL or call to action button, you can just ignore these fields for now and then just click on this save and send test request button. After clicking on save and send test request, here you can see that we have received some response. And this response seems to be a positive response to us. This response shows that the template which we have selected, a message with the same template and the same variable values which we have entered over here, is been sent on our number as a WhatsApp message with the event details. So let's check it. We will go to the WhatsApp account of the number. Like we have mentioned our own number. So we'll just open the WhatsApp. And yes, guys, here you can see that on our WhatsApp number, we have received a message. And this message says hello demo, means our name which we have entered in this body variable value. We have added the variable after hello, that is variable 1, and the same text which we have mentioned as a variable 1 value in Pabbly Connect workflow. You can see the same text over here. This is a reminder that you have an event marked for today. The event details are as followed. Here we have the event name, developers conference, same name of the event which we have received in Pabbly Connect, and the same event which we had on our Google Calendar marked. Then this message says event description, the same description of event which we have added in our Google Calendar for this particular event. Then after this, you can see the same start date and time of the event and also the end date and time of the event. Like the event starts at 2 p.m. and ends at 5 p.m. So here in Google Calendar, you can see this event starts at 27th of January at 2 p.m. and goes till 5 p.m. So here guys, you can see that this automation workflow which we have created is working perfectly fine. And using this automation every day and morning at 8 a.m. like we have scheduled this automation workflow to be executed at 8 a.m. So every day this automation workflow will be executed at 8 a.m. And from our Google Calendar account, it will get the details of all the events which we have today on this current day. And then after that, we will get a notification as a WhatsApp message on our mobile number, on our WhatsApp number with all the details of that event, like event start, date and time, description, event name. And if you want, instead of this, you can create a different template and add other details of the event as well. Like from Google Calendar responses, we have received all the details of the event, and you can get all of those details as a message notification on your WhatsApp number using the same automation, that too automatically. So guys, not just these applications, you can connect plenty of other applications using Pabbly Connect. And one more important thing, you will find the clone link of the same workflow in the description box below. By clicking on that link, you can clone the same workflow into your own Pabbly Connect account and use this workflow for free. Also, let me tell you, Pabbly Connect offers you a free plan. And in this plan, you will get some free tasks every month into your own Pabbly Connect account. So if you want to try and test this automation, you can do it for absolutely free.
In this video, we are going to see how to post new Google Calendar events to Telegram. So let's say that you're using Google Calendar to organize your events, and every time a new event is created here, automatically your team that is sitting on Telegram, which is a social messaging app, so automatically the team would be updated that this particular event has been created. Now this is wonderful, but how can you do this? For this you will have to integrate the two applications, and the same thing can be done using Pabbly Connect software. Here your trigger application would be Google Calendar and your action application would be Telegram. Now how can you do this yourself? Like every time an event is created, automatically a message is sent. You can do this. How to understand that? Let me take you to my screen. To begin with the process, we are first going to type the URL pabbly.com/connect, and here we have reached the landing page of this software. On the right hand side, you can see two tabs, sign in and sign up for free. So if you are an existing user, simply sign in. If you are a new user, click on this tab, sign up. It won't take more than 2 minutes, and yes, at the time of account creation, you will get 100 free tasks to explore this software. Now I'm going to click on sign in. And here we have reached the all applications page. Since we are doing this integration using Pabbly Connect, let's click on access now. And here we have reached the dashboard of the application. On the right hand side, you can see a tab create workflow. Let's click on this, and a dialog box has appeared which is asking us to name this workflow. Now here my objective is to post new Google Calendar events to Telegram. So I'm going to name it as post new Google Calendar events to Telegram. Let's click on create. So as we do that, here we have reached another window which has got two extremely important events. One is trigger, another one is action. Triggers and actions are basically those two principles or concepts on which this entire automation works. Trigger is when this happens, and action is do this. Basically, action here is the response of our trigger application. Now here my trigger application would be Google Calendar. So I'm going to look for this, and here the trigger event would be new event. So every time a new event is created here, then only this workflow will be triggered. Here again you can see it is written that this trigger will check for new data in every 10 minutes, which means that in real time this workflow will run after every 10 minutes to fetch for new data. So if in case you do not receive your response immediately, just have some patience. Within 10 to 15 minutes, you would be able to receive the same. Now, I'm going to click on connect, and here Pabbly Connect is asking to connect itself with the Google Calendar account. To set up this connection, let's select add new connection and then connect with Google Calendar. So here we have to choose the account with which our calendar has been attached. So once done, here we have to authorize the same. So I'm going to click on continue. And you can see that the authorization has been successful, which means that Pabbly Connect is now connected with Google Calendar. Once done, here we have to select the connection. Basically, here we have to select the calendar. So it is attached with my Gmail. So I'm going to select this and now click on save and send test request. So here we have received a blank response. Why? Because as of now, no event has been created in my calendar. So let me take you to my calendar, and here I'm going to create a new event. So let's say the title is demo event. So it's a demo event which has been scheduled for Monday 14th of November. And what's the time? So let's say the time is 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. It's an hour meeting. And now the next thing is you can add guests, you can add a meet video conferencing, you can add description or attachments. I'm just going to leave this blank and click on save. So as soon as we do that, here you can see that the event has been saved. Now if I take you back to Pabbly Connect and click on save and send test request, so here we have received the API response. So this is our demo event, which is the name of our event. Then here it is saying that the status is confirmed. What is the start time zone? It is Asia, Kolkata. Then we have received the start date time. As we go down, then we have received the organizer's email. And then we have the end time zone and end date time. And then the created time. Now, if I have to send a message on Telegram to my team that this particular event has been created, I will have to format the date here. So here I'm going to choose my next action application, which is a feature by Pabbly date time formatter. Here the action event would be to format date with time zone. And what am I going to format over here? I'm going to format the start and the end date. So let's go to step 1 and here you can see start date time. Let's click on this. And now what is the from format? So this format that has been specified here is exactly the same format. So the from format remains the same. Now the to format. So I want the date as well as the time. So I'm going to select this. Date, month, year along with hour, minutes and seconds. Now the from time zone. So let's make it Asia, Kolkata. And then the to time zone is again going to be Asia, Kolkata. Let's click on save and send test request. So as we do that, here we can see that we have received the desired date and format. Now I'm going to add the same action step again. The same feature we are going to use again for the end time. So date time formatter. Action event would be format date with the time zone. Let's click on connect. And here the date would be, I'm going to go to step 1 and here the end time is this. Then again the from format is going to stay the same. To format will be this. Time zone again Asia, Kolkata. Again to time zone is Asia, Kolkata. Let's click on save and send test request. So here we have received the date along with the time in our desired format. Now what is our next objective? Our next objective is to send a message to my team sitting on Telegram, updating them about the event just created through Google Calendar. So I'm going to add another action step over here, and this time the application would be Telegram bot. Let's click on this. And now the action event here would be send a text message or a reply. Let's click on connect. Again here Pabbly Connect is asking to connect itself with the Telegram bot account. I'm going to select add new connection and then we have to provide a token to set up this connection. Now how can you receive this token? For this first you will have to log into your Telegram bot account. I've already done that. Let me show you. So this is my Telegram account and here we have to look for bot father. So let's look for this. Now let's start the conversation and here we have to create a new bot. So how do we do that? /new bot. Enter. So here we can see that it is asking us to name our bot. So let me make it Telegram and so I'm just going to write telecalendar 1234. Okay, this is the name of my bot. Now we have to choose a username for the same. So I'm going to write telecalendar 1234 _ bot. Remember that when you are writing a username, it should end with _bot. So here you can see that we have created a new bot which we can find through this link. Also, this is the token to access the API. So I'm going to copy this, go back to Pabbly Connect and paste this over here. Let's click on save. So here you can see that Telegram is now connected with Pabbly Connect. Now here we have to provide the chat ID, text message. So how can we get this chat ID? For this we'll go back to Telegram and here I'm going to use this bot that we have just created. So once done, let's click on start and here I'm just going to write a message so that this bot can be reflected here in the chat. Now that it is there, we are going to create a new group. Let's click on this. Let me add a few people over here. So I'm going to just add some random people. So once done, we have to make sure that we also add the bot that we have just created. So I have added that. Now let's click on enter and here we have to name our group. So I'm going to write tele group 1234 enter. So once this is done, what we have to do is now with the help of your mobile phone, you have to make your bot the admin. So now I'm going to do the same. So here I have done that. Now what do we do? Now this is the chat ID that we require. So I'm going to copy this, go back to Pabbly Connect, paste this over here. And then the text message. So let's say my message is, hey team, I have received a new event through Google Calendar. Now let's write the details. So I'm going to write the title of the event. So let's go to step 1 and here this is the name of the event. What am I doing right now? I'm mapping the information. What is mapping? I already have this information in the previous step like this, and I'm just going to retrieve it here. And why is mapping important? Because if I want that every time the new data should be inculcated through my workflow, then it is important to map it. Otherwise, if I write this manually, it is always going to take the manually written data and there won't be any change. Now the next thing I need is the start time. So the start time, again for this I'm going to go to step 2, and this is the start time, and then I need the end time. So here the end time will be this, and regards. So once we have written this message, do you want to disable notification? You can select this. Disable link previews, you can select the same. I'm going to click on save and send test request. So here you can see that we have received the API response, which basically means that this particular message should now become a part of the Telegram group. And here if I show you, yes, we have received the same, which basically means that our integration process is a success. Now what I'm going to do is, I need to check this in real time, which means in real time if this workflow works. So again, I'm going to take you back to Google Calendar, and here I'm going to create another event. This time, let's say the name is test event. And what is the date? Let's say it is 15th of November. And the time, so it is 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. I'm going to click on save. Now as soon as this event has been created, what should happen? Automatically a message should be sent on Telegram, but we remember that there was a polling time of 10 minutes. So now we are going to wait for 10 minutes and then we'll go and check our Telegram group. And here you can see that yes, we have received another message, which means that our integration process is a complete success.
In this video, we are going to see how to add Google Calendar event details to Microsoft Excel. So let's say you're using Google Calendar to manage your dates, and every time a new event is added to it, you want this information to be added as a new row in your Microsoft Excel spreadsheet. Now how can you do this? By integrating these two applications, and this can be done using Pabbly Connect software, where this entire process will get automated. Here your trigger application will be Google Calendar and your action application would be Microsoft Excel. Now how can you do it yourself? To understand this, let me take you to my screen.
So the first thing we have to do is we have to type the URL pabbly.com/connect, and as we click on enter, it will take us to the landing page of this software. Here on the right hand side you can see two options, sign in and sign up for free. If you are an existing user, you can simply sign in, and if you are a new user, then you will have to sign up for free. Now since I'm an existing user here, I'm going to simply sign in. At the time of account creation, you will also get 100 free tasks. Now we have reached the all applications page. Here, since we are doing this integration using Pabbly Connect software, let's click on access now. And once done, it will take us to the dashboard of this application. So on the right hand side again, you can see a blue tab, create workflow. I'm going to click on this and a dialog box appears which is asking me to name my workflow. Here my objective is that every time a new event is created on Google Calendar, the information should be shared with my Excel sheet. So I'm going to name my workflow as Google Calendar to Microsoft Excel. Let's click on create. And now here we have reached another window which has got two very important events, trigger and actions. Triggers and actions are basically those two principles or concepts on which this entire automation works. Trigger is when this happens and action is do this. Action is basically the response of trigger. Here my first application would be Google Calendar, and this is my application. Now the trigger event would be new event. So once done, I'm going to click on connect, and then Pabbly Connect is asking us to connect itself with the Google Calendar account. For this, I'm going to click on add new connection and connect with Google Calendar. I've already logged into my account, so it is now asking me which particular account do I need to continue with. So let's select this, and once done, here we will have to provide it the access so that it can have access to the information. And here you can see that the authorization has been successful. Now here we have to map the calendar. So basically if I'll take you to my Google Calendar, here you can see my calendar. So these are the various calendars that I've already created. It is Ashish, Wrike, ClickUp task, employee's birthday, etc. Here I have selected the calendar as employee's birthday. Now I'm going to go back to Pabbly Connect, and here I'm going to save it as employee's birthday. Once done, let's click on save and send test request. So as soon as I do that, the last response which was there in the Google Calendar would be captured. So here I'm going to do this again. How? Let's go to Google Calendar. These are the different calendars. Let's say I have decided for employee's birthday. Once I have clicked on these box, so the monthly calendar will open, or that particular calendar, the name of the calendar that you have opened will open in front of you. Now let's say that today is Monday. So I basically want a reminder to be shared on my Google Calendar that at around 1:30 I have a meeting. Similarly, let's say that on 31st I'm going to add another event. So I'm going to click on this, and here we have to add an event, we have to fill in the following details. Let's say it is second phase integration meeting. Okay, so there is a meeting, second phase integration meeting, and then we have to select the date. So let's say it is on 9th of August, and then do we want it to repeat all the time? So you can always say that no, I do not want it to get repeated or anything. Then once done, here it's the time, basically from what time till what time is the meeting. So let's say it is from 4 o'clock in the evening, and then again it is till 8 o'clock in the evening. So once done, I'm going to add a description. So let's say here the description is that important date to be shared, and I'm going to click on save. If you wish, you can always add attachments there and you can process. So now once done, so here I can see if I scroll up, so on 9th, we have this 4 p.m. second phase integration meeting scheduled. I'm going to go back to Pabbly Connect and click on save and send test request. So if I scroll down here, you can see that this is the summary, basically the name of the event, and then this is the description update. And then here you can see that we have the creator's email ID, then we have the organizer's email ID here, and then if I come down, this is the display name, employee's birthday, so which is the name of my calendar. If I come down here, then we have the date time, the start date time of the event, and the end time. So we have received this information, but the time that we have received here, it is not in the correct format. So I'm going to choose another action step here, and this time my application would be date time formatter by Pabbly, and the action event here would be format date with time zone. Let's click on connect. So once done, here I'm going to map the data. So basically I am going to, mapping here means that I already have this information. I'm just going to retrieve it from the previous steps. So once connected, here we have to fill in the date. So I'm going to write the date is start date time. Once done, from format is the same. To format here will be, so let's say it is date, month, year, and then along with the time. So I'm going to select this one. From time zone is Asia, Kolkata, and again to time zone is also Asia, Kolkata. So once clicked, I'm going to click on save and send test request, and here you can see that we have received our information exactly in the desired format. I'm going to repeat this process because I have to do the same thing for the end time. So the same feature, which is date time formatter, and then I'm going to add the action event as format date with time zone. Let's click on connect, and once done, let's map the data here. So going to the first step, and this is the end date time. Let's click on this. From format is the same. To format here would be date, month, year along with the time, and here again I'm going to choose the time zone as Asia, Kolkata, and to time zone will also be Asia, Kolkata here. So let's click on this, and now save and send test request. So once done, we have received our date in the desired format. So once we have received the information, now I'm going to choose my actual action step as Microsoft Excel, because I want this information to be added as a new row in Microsoft Excel. So the action event would be add row to worksheet, and now I'm going to click on connect. Once done, Pabbly Connect is here asking me to connect itself with the Microsoft Excel account. For this, let's click on Add New Connection and connect with Microsoft Excel. Now here you can see that it is asking me to provide access to the information. For this, I'm going to click on Yes. I've already logged into my Microsoft Excel account, so you should also do that. So once connected, it is now asking me to find the workbook and the worksheet. Basically, I've already created a workbook and the name here is Google Calendar. These are the various column fields: event name, the description, email address, organizer's name, then start time and end time. So now going back to Pabbly Connect, I'm going to select this workbook, which is Google Calendar here. So let's click on this. Once done, it will automatically capture the name of the worksheet because it has got only one worksheet. So let's see, it has already captured the details. Now once done, here we have to map this information. So first of all, the event name. So here we can see the name of the event is Second Phase Integration Meeting. Let's click on this. Then we have the description. This is the description. Then we have the email address. Now let's map the email address. So here we'll go and we'll go down. We'll look for the email address here. So this is it. And then we have the organizer's name. So here we have the organizer's display name. And then we have the start time. For this, I'm going to go to the second step. And this is the start time. And then we have the end time. And this is the end time. Once done, I'm going to click on Save and Send Test Request. So here you can see that we have received the API response. Now I'm going to go to my Excel sheet, refresh the page and see if we have received the information here. And yes, we have received the information over here. Now we understand that this integration process is a success, but we also need to check if this is okay in real time as well. So now let's go to our Google Calendar once again. And here again, I'm going to select employee's birthday and let's say there is another event on 10th. So the name of the event here is Office Party. And then this is on 10th of September. So we have already selected the date. And this is not an all day thing. So here the party starts at let's say 7:30 and ends here at 9:30. So once done, I'm going to add some description. So Office Success Party. And then I'm going to click on Save. So here we have received another data. Now what should happen? Basically this information should get reflected in my Excel sheet. So going back to Google Calendars, I'm going to refresh this page and check if we have received the data. But here we can see that the data has not appeared yet. For this, I'm going to take you to Pabbly, and if I scroll up, here you can see that this trigger will check for new data in every 10 minutes, which means that this trigger application has a polling time of 10 minutes. And this workflow will run after every 10 minutes to check for new data. So if in case your response doesn't come in 10 minutes, do not worry. Like instantly, if it doesn't come, do not worry. It will be there in around 10 to 15 minutes. So now we are going to wait for 10 minutes and then we'll quickly come, refresh the page and check if this workflow is a success. So now I'm going to take you back to my Google Calendar and see here we have received the data. So the event name is Office Party. The description is Office Success Party. This is the email address, organizer's name, start time and end time. So this basically means that this entire process is a success. Now I'm going to take you back to Pabbly Connect and let's quickly understand the process. This is just a two-step integration process where we have used a feature by Pabbly, which is date time formatter to format the time and date. Now here the trigger application was Google Calendar and the event was new event, and then the action application was Microsoft Excel and the event was add row to worksheet.
So in this video, we will learn how to sync Wrike tasks with Google Calendar. So imagine this, you are using Wrike to schedule tasks for your team members. So the idea is that once a task is created in Wrike, it will be reflected as an event in Google Calendar. So here you have two choices. The first choice is copy all the details from Wrike, sort it out, and manually create an event in Google Calendar. Now the problem with this approach is, it's actually very repetitive and tiresome. So here I would suggest that you bring in some automation, so that whenever a new task is created in Wrike, automatically add an event in Google Calendar. So in this video, we will be using Pabbly Connect to integrate Wrike and Google Calendar. The best part of using Pabbly Connect is there is no need for coding skills or programming knowledge. It can be done easily. Let me show you with an example. Okay, so we are going to begin with a small example. So this is my Wrike account and I'm going to add a task. So let me just click here and let me just add a task. So this is about upgrading Macintosh. Upgrading Macintosh. Okay, so this is the task. So we have created the task and we are going to give an assignee, the due date as well as the description. So give it 1 or 2 seconds. Okay, so we are going to set the date. Okay, so how about we set the date from, let's say, 14th of May to 16th of June. So 14th of May is our start date and 16th of June is our due date. So let me just click on save and let me just add an assignee. Okay, so we have added an assignee and in the description, I'm going to mention the Sea Lion operating system is faster. Upgraded. Okay, so this is the description that we have set. Okay, we have also set the time range, that is 14th of May and to 16th of June, that is 24 hours, 24 date time interval. So basically this is the whole gist. So you have added a task, you have set the due date, you have set the start date, you have set the assignee, and also you have made the description. A perfect task in Wrike. So basically now the gist is, when we go to Google Calendar, it will show it as an event for 24 days. Okay, so let me just take you to Google Calendar and let me just take you to the date. I actually don't remember the date. So the date was actually from, so what was the date? We are going to explore the same date on Google Calendar. I think it was 14th of May. Okay, so the day is 14th of May to 16th of June. So let me just go to Google Calendar and let me just take you to 14th of May. So this is June. So let me just take you to 14th of May. So, okay, so as you can see, we do have the event upgrading Macintosh. So basically this is the gist. You add a task in Wrike, it will be reflected as an event in Google Calendar. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to teach you how to integrate Wrike and Google Calendar. Now the integration process involves going to Pabbly.com. So your obvious question is, why Pabbly.com? Well, we have an app called as Pabbly Connect that will integrate Wrike and Google Calendar. So, okay, so this is the website of Pabbly.com. Here, just click on sign in. Okay, so here we will be taken to the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. As you can see, I already have made an account in Pabbly Connect. You can also build your own free account in just 2 minutes. So let me just take you to the Connect part and let me just click on Access Now. Okay, so at the top right corner, you will find a button, Create Workflow. So basically, I'm going to create a new workflow. Now, before I create a new workflow, there is something I have to do. So as you can see, I have already integrated Wrike and Google Calendar using this workflow. I'm going to switch off this workflow. The reason I'm switching off this workflow is because since we are going to create a new workflow, this old workflow running parallel to it will give the problem of duplication of result. Basically, for the same task, 2 events will be created in Google Calendar. So basically, to avoid that, we have switched off this workflow. It is actually none of your concern because we are going to start from scratch by clicking on Create Workflow. Okay, so we have to give a name. How about I give it as Wrike to Google Calendar. Of course, you can give any name according to your discretion. It's totally up to you. And let me just click on Create. So when you click on Create, a window appears in front of you. This is called as a trigger window. So basically here I'm going to create a new workflow. Now if you are interested, you can actually clone the template of this workflow by choosing the link which I have added in the description box. Now in the Choose app, how about we make it as Wrike, because we want to send the data from Wrike. Wrike it is. Now in the trigger event, how about we make it as New Task? Okay, so new task is a trigger event. So your obvious question is, what is a trigger event? Trigger is basically a if statement. It asks a question, if this condition is met, what should be done? For example, if a new task is made in Wrike, then what action should be taken by the system? At present, I just want to create a new task in Wrike. So let me just click on Connect. Okay, so we are just going to establish a new connection. So let me just again click on connect with Wrike. Okay, so it is asking me choices. So let me just click on accept. Okay, so authorization is complete. Okay, press OK. So as you can see, you will find webhook URL. Basically, in usual cases, we copy this webhook URL and paste it into the triggering software. But in case of Wrike, all you have to do is just click on save and send test request to integrate Wrike to Pabbly Connect. So let me do that. Okay, so basically we have received the positive response that we have successfully integrated Wrike to Pabbly Connect. This means anytime a new task is created in Wrike, Pabbly Connect has to capture the data. So as to ensure that Pabbly Connect captures this data, let me just click on this button, Capture Webhook Response. Click this. Okay, so it is showing it is waiting for the data. So let me just take you to Wrike. Okay, and we are going to add one more task. So this is how you do it. Okay, so let me just add a task. Okay, so the name of the task is update hard drives. Update hard drives. So basically this is the task. Okay, and what I'm going to do here is we are going to enter some more details related to it. Okay, so let us do that. So basically after that we are going to enter the description, we are going to set the due date, we are going to set the end date, and we are going to also assign this task to a person. So first of all, let's start by creating the start date as well as the due date. So we have the start date as May 18th, and I'm keeping the due date on 24th, or how about 8th of June. Okay, so we have a gap of 16 days. Then after saving it, we are just going to enter the description. The description is the hard drives are corrupted. Okay, the hard drives are corrupted. Okay, and there is only one person to assign, so I'm just selecting this one. Now in case if you want more assignee, you have to add more members to your Wrike account. For me, I'm happy with this. Okay, so we have created the task, we have set the assignee, we have set the start date as well as the due date, and also we have mentioned the description, a perfect Wrike task. So let me just cancel this, and let me just take you to Pabbly Connect. So let's check whether it has captured the detail or not. Yes, some data has been captured. Now unfortunately we don't have the information of the task. For example, it is showing the task ID. So this is the task ID. Okay, remember this is quite important. So this is the task ID, but where are the task related information? So our task related information was about updating the hard drive, but we don't have that data. But instead we have just the task ID. We want the assignee name, we want the description, we want the start date as well as the due date, because it is quite important to create an event in Google Calendar. Without that, it is not possible. So what are we going to do here is we are going to extract all this data from this particular address. So that is why we are going to build one more action window. So in the choose app, how about we make it as Wrike? Okay, Wrike once again. Now in the action event, okay, so let it load. Now in the action event, how about we make it as get specific task? Okay, so get specific task is an action event. Now we do have some more action event, but at present I'm just want the task related details from the Wrike ID. So once again, just click on connect. Okay, so we are just going with the existing connection. Let me just go to the last one. In my case, the existing connection is Wrike hashtag 15, and let me just click on save. Okay, so we have a field here, and by default it is showing something like how to guide. So basically it is one of the tasks that is created in Wrike. So first of all, I'm just going to remove this. To remove this, I'm just going to toggle this to the right, and I'm just going to remove this task. And here I'm just going to map in the ID. So this is our ID that we have to map. Okay, so to map the ID, we just click here on the first accordion and we mapped it. Easy. Okay, so basically when we click on save and send test request, it will fetch the detail of the recently created task in Wrike. Let me do that. Let me just show you. Okay, so we have the details here. So basically this is the title, update hard drives. And then we have the description, the hard drives are corrupted. Okay, and the most important things that we have is basically the start date and the due date, because without them we can't really create an event in Google Calendar. Okay, so this is the start date. Okay, we have the start date and we have the due date. Okay, so using all these details, we are going to create an event in Google Calendar. So let me introduce one more action window. Now in the Choose app, how about we make it as Google Calendar? Google Calendar. Okay, so now in the action event, how about we make it as create an event? Let me just select the action event, create an event. Excellent. And let me just click on connect. Okay, so once again, click on connect with Google Calendar. Okay, so it is trying to sign in. Okay, so as you can see, I have a series of Gmail account, and in one particular account, we have my Google Calendar. I'm going to work with this Google Calendar, and this Google Calendar is present in this account. So I'm selecting this account. Okay, so it is trying to authorize. Okay, so before you click on allow to confirm your choice, let me tell you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with us. So on the basis of that trust, let me just press allow. Okay, so it is showing the authorization is successful. Just press OK. So when you click on OK, a set of fields has appeared in front of you. The purpose of these fields is very simple. We are going to create an event in Google Calendar from the data that we have received from Wrike via Pabbly Connect. Now in the calendar, by default, it is showing priority dates. So these are all the calendars present in my Google Calendar. Now let me just take you to my Google Calendar and show you. So these are all the calendars that is present in my Google Calendar. So out of these all calendars, so how about I select this particular calendar, that is task. I'm selecting this one. Okay, so let me just take you to Pabbly Connect. Let me just remove this event. Okay, otherwise there will be problem. Okay, so we have selected one particular calendar that is called as tasks. And here in the calendar drop down, I'm also going to mention it as task. Okay, so let me just click here and figure out where is that calendar. Task. Okay, unfortunately, oh yeah, I'm sorry, this calendar is not active. How about I select this one, task schedule. Okay, so this is the calendar that I'm interested, task schedule. And we have selected that particular calendar, task schedule. Now, in the title, we are just going to map the title. So the title will be basically the title of the Wrike task. So the title is something that you will get from here in the second accordion. You click this and this is the title, update hard drives, and we have mapped it. Then we have the description. Okay, so the description is something like this, the hard drives are corrupted. Okay, and in the location, how about just type Kolkata, because I'm from Asia, so I'm just Asia, specifically India. That is why I've mentioned the location as Kolkata. Now we are going to map the start date as well as the due date. So this is the start date and we are going to map it. So let me just scroll down. Yeah, this is the start date. We have mapped it. So basically the start date is in a particular format. As you can see, we have the day, time and year, and along with that we have hours, minutes and seconds. Okay, similarly for the due date. So this is the due date. So let me just scroll down and let me just map the due date. Okay, so we have mapped it. Then we have the time zone. So as I mentioned earlier, I am from Asia, Kolkata. That is why I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and I'm going to paste it here. Now, if you're someone from different time zone, you can just locate your time zone from by clicking on here. So basically it will open up the calendar for different time zone. You can select your time zone and just paste it here. Now in the visibility, I'm keeping it as public. Now basically it is required that you tag along a guest. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to copy this bunch of characters, and basically we have to mention the email. So I'm just going to map this here, paste this here, and here I just want to, let's say I want to bring Jennifer Aniston. Okay, Jennifer Aniston. So this is the email of Jennifer Aniston. So we have entered her. Now if you want to enter more, all you have to do is just enter a comma and once again enter the same format. And after that, inside this pair of double quotes, enter your email. Now the event recurrence rules, basically it is asking how many times this event should follow. Basically it should happen only once, so I'm just going to copy this character and paste it here. Okay, so we have entered sufficient details to create an event in Google Calendar. All we have to do is just click on save and send test request. Let me do that. Okay, so as you can see, we have a positive API response. So let's have a look in Google Calendar. Do we have the event? So let me just take you to the date. So I don't remember the date once again. So what was the date? So the start date was from 18th of May to 6th of June. So 8th of June. So 18th of May. So let's have a look. Okay, so yeah, we do have the date, that is update hard drives. Okay, we do have that. And let me just have a look once again. Yeah, update hard drives. And after that, let's have a look till it was, I think, 8th of June, right? So yeah, we do have that event up to 8th of June, that is update hard drives. And let's explore, do we have the event on 9th? No, there is no event on 9th because the event was scheduled from 18th of May to 8th of June. And after that, there is no event. So our integration is kinda successful. But there is something else you should know, that there are some actually issues with Wrike. For instance, for some time it may give the description. For example, it is showing the description here, the hard drives are corrupted. But in some cases, it fails to provide the description. So what I'm going to do here is, the plan is, I'm going to introduce a window called as the delay module. The reason I'm introducing the delay module is, if you create a title of the task in Wrike, the data will be automatically captured by Pabbly Connect. But when we have the description, the due date, and the assignee, these details are entered after the task has been created. Okay, so basically the idea is that we are going to keep the title of the task for some time. Okay, let's say for 2 minutes. We are just going to delay that information for 2 minutes. And during that delay of 2 minutes, we are going to enter the description, the assignee, as well as set the due date as well as the start date. So basically the idea is that the whole package, the title, the description, the assignee, the start date, and the due date will go in one single package. Okay, so basically all the data will flow in one single package. Earlier it was something like this. You enter the title, the data used to flow to Pabbly Connect, and Pabbly Connect captures it. Then you enter the description, then you enter the assignee, and then you set the due date as well as the start date. So basically that's the reason we are entering a window called as the delay module in between this trigger window and this action window. So basically in the choose app, let me just add delay module. And the idea is that I'm going to keep the delay for, let's say, 2 minutes. Okay, so let me just add the delay module. Delay by Pabbly. Okay. Then we have the delay for minutes, and the delay value is 2 minutes. Okay, and let me just click on save and send test request. Okay. Okay, unfortunately it is showing a invalid value. Okay, so now after really properly entering the delay value, it is now showing success delay for 2 minutes. So basically we have delayed the flow of the title. So that's the title for 2 minutes. Now in this 2 minutes, we are going to enter the description, the assignee, we are going to set the start date as well as the due date. So the idea is that, once again I repeat, the data will flow in as a one single bunch. Okay, one single package. So the delay module has been inserted, but we should tell the other action windows that this new module has been inserted. So what I'm going to do here is, I'm just going to click on F5 to refresh this whole workflow. Okay, so it is getting refreshed. Okay, so basically the whole workflow has been refreshed. So what I'm going to do here is, there is some error actually. Okay, so it is not showing any kind of task related detail. So let me just enter the task detail here. Okay, once again, I'm sorry about this. So this is the task information. Let me just click on save and send test request. Okay, so basically we have entered the task related information, and we have also once again refreshed our Google Calendar. all our details has been entered. So what I'm going to do here is next, I'm going to create one more task. Okay, so let me just do that. Let me just add a task. Okay, and the name of the task is clean hard drives. Okay, clean hard drive, and let me just add to the task. Okay, so the task has been created, clean hard drive, and let me just add the description, the assignee, set the start date, set the due date. Okay, so to create a perfect task in Wrike. Okay, so it's loading. So this is the assignee, so let me just set the date. So this is the date. Okay, so let me just add the date. Okay, so how about we make it as on 7th, and it will be there up to 17th. Okay, so let me just click on save, and then after that let me add an assignee. So the assignee is again the same person. The hard drives contains illegal stuff. Okay, just a random description. Let me just cancel this. So it is from 7th May to 17th of June. So let's have a look in Google Calendar. Now there is something you should know, that this event will be generated only after 2 minutes, because as you may remember, we have set the delay for 2 minutes. So let's explore it. Okay, so let me just straight away take you to Google Calendar. Okay, so as you can see, till 17th of June, we have the event that is clean hard drive. And the starting was, I think, the 7th of May. So let's explore. Yes, 7th of May, we do have 2 events, that is upgrade iPhones and clean hard drive. Upgrade iPhones is something that I have created before, but we do have the event that is clean hard drive. Now there is something you should know. Wrike sometimes doesn't give the description. Okay, so it is the error from Wrike's point.
Hi everyone, in this video, we are going to integrate 2 software applications. The first is Asana, which is basically an project management application. The next is Google Calendar, which is an online calendar. Now let me tell you one thing. While working with Asana, it was quite difficult for me to every time keep a check record on what are the new dates updated, what are the new due dates, deadlines, and everything related to that. That is why I want to mark my new task to my Google Calendar so that I don't have to check my Asana application again and again. For that, we have 2 ways available. The first one is the manual one, in which we have to manually copy all the data from our Asana application and then paste it to our Google Calendar. Or the second option is automation. So obviously, I'm going to go with the second option, and I'm going to automate it so that whenever there's a new task created in our Asana account, a new event will be automatically created in our Google Calendar. But there's an issue, and the issue here is both this application, that is Asana and Google Calendar, do not have any sort of integration between them, and that is why we are going to use automation software Pabbly Connect. Now, with the help of Pabbly Connect, we can transfer the Asana application data to our Google Calendar. And the best part here is we do not require any knowledge of coding. So let me show you this on my screen.
Okay, so the first thing that we have to do is search for pabbly.com in our browser. I'm going to type pabbly.com and search for it. Basically, this is the website of pabbly.com. Now click to this option products and select connect. After that, click to this option, that is sign in. So basically, this is the screen that is appearing in front of us. Why? Because I have already signed in to my Pabbly Connect account. You can also create your own free account in just 2 minutes. Here I would like to mention one more thing, that Pabbly Connect offers the plan where this integration can be tried out totally free. So you just have to clone the template of this workflow, which is available in the description box. Once you clone the template, you will get immediate access to this workflow in your account. Moving forward, click to this option Access Now at Connect. And after that, what you will see is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. Move to this option, Create Workflow. And basically you have to name your workflow here. And I'm going to name it as Asana to Google Calendar. And click on Create. So basically, this is the trigger window that is appearing in front of us, and we have to choose the application here. And since firstly we want to integrate Asana to Pabbly Connect. That's why we are going to select the option, basically the application, that is Asana. Now here you can see the trigger event. You must be thinking, what is this trigger window, trigger event and everything? So let me tell you. Basically what happens is automation runs on two simple concepts, that is triggers and action. Now triggers is basically when this happens, and action is basically do this. Now connecting it with our use case today is whenever there's a new task added to our Asana account, we want to add a new event to our Google Calendar. Now moving back, here we have to select the trigger event. I'm going to select new task in the project, connect with Asana. Again, connect with Asana. And you can see our authorization is successful. Okay, moving forward. Now you can see the set of blanks in front of us. First is project. Now you must be thinking, what is this product launch? So let me tell you. Click on this drag down option. You can see there are 4 other names mentioned here. Why? Because these are the project names which is already added in my Asana account. Let me show you. These are 4 project names. That's why it is reflecting here. Because at this moment, we have been connected with Asana. Now, how about creating a new project and seeing it here? Moving to Asana account, adding a new project, giving a name. So, my project name will be Dress Design. I'm going to create it. Now, moving to Pabbly Connect, let us check if the task name called Project Design has been updated or not. But first click on refresh, click at this option, see. As you can see, the new task or the new project name that we actually created right now is reflecting here. I'm going to select it. Next you can see is webhook URL. Now generally what happens is whenever we select our trigger event and when we connect with Pabbly Connect, we copy the webhook URL and paste it in the triggering event. Triggering software basically, but in this case all you have to do is just click on save and send the test request. So when we click on save and send the test request, we will be integrated with this particular application as well as with this particular project. Moving forward, you can see the API response has been generated and some data has been captured by Pabbly Connect. Let us see the data. So the data was the time created, basically the project time created, the name of the project, we have basically created a project and much more than that. Now click on this option, capture webhook response, and how about adding new task details to our Asana new project. Now we have to give a name to our task, so I'm going to name it as Dress Design for Boys. So this is basically my task name. I'm going to fill in more details. So assignee name, I'm going to assign it to Gary. My due date for now is 22nd of March. Okay, description, I'm going to add the description here, and the description for me is search and select the best dress designs for boys. Moving forward to our Pabbly Connect account. So we have basically completed all the activity at our triggering event. We are going to click at this plus button over here and add a new action event. We are going to choose the application as Asana. Action event for us right now will be get a task. Click on connect with Asana. Again click on connect with Asana. And you can see the authorization is successful. Now we have to fill in the details and actually map our task ID. So let us check what is our task ID. So basically our task ID will be in digits, that is this. How about copying it and mapping it after pasting the copied content. So this is basically your task ID. Your task ID will be seen with this event one resource GID. So sorry, again I'm going to search it and select it. Next click on save and send the test request. Now as you can see, the data has been generated and the data related to the description details. As you can see, search and select, this is the description we added. Press design, project. So basically everything that we entered in our new task has been captured by our Pabbly Connect account. Now what I'm going to do is add one more action event prior to Asana get a task event. And the action event that I'm going to add is delay. Now you must be thinking, why am I adding this new action event called delay? So let me tell you. So what basically is the concept, along with the task name, actually I want to send all the task details like the task description, due dates, etc. to my Google Calendar. But the problem is, as soon as I enter the task name by my trigger, so here I can show you as well. So basically what now you must be thinking, why am I adding this new action event called delay? So let me tell you. Actually what happens is, along with the task name, I want to send all the task details like the description, the due dates, etc. to my Google Calendar. But the problem is, as soon as I enter the task name, my trigger gets executed because Asana has this auto save functionality. And when my tasks basically get executed, my Google Calendar action step also get executed and get started at the same time. So now what I want is, I want this automation to be delayed for at least 1 minute while I enter the rest of the details. And that is why I'm going to use this function that is called delay. So for that, we have to select the details. The choose application is delay. We want to delay it for a minute, particular minute, and that is 1 minute. So at delay value here, I'm going to type 1 minute and I'm going to save and send the test request. Moving forward, now here we are going to add one more action event, and in choose application we are going to select Google Calendar because we have already integrated our Asana application to Pabbly Connect account. Now we are going to integrate our Google Calendar to our Pabbly Connect account. So now we have to select our action event. Our action event will be create an event. Click on connect with Google Calendar. Again click on Google Calendar and connect it. Select the ID in which you want to view your Google Calendar. This is my ID. I'm going to allow it. So my authorization is successful. Now you can see the set of blanks that is appearing in front of us. Now let me specify it. So here you can see calendar, and you can also see something is written over here that is called holidays in India. Why? Because these are some of the calendars which is being present in my Google Calendar account. Let me show you. These are my calendars, holidays in India. That's why it is showing here. So at this step, what you have to do is select the particular calendar that you want. So I'm going to select this calendar. You can select your calendar according to your preference. Now we have to fill in the details called title. So what is a title? Our title is this. That is the task name. How about copying it, moving to Pabbly Connect account, mapping it, actually pasting and searching it. So this is our title. I'm going to select it. Now do you remember the description details? This is basically the details we entered in our task. So this is the description details. Again I'm going to copy it, move to Pabbly Connect, map the description after searching it for. So this is basically our description. I'm going to select it. Now you have to fill in the location details. Example, the location is New York, so you are going to fill the location details according to your location. Moving forward, we have to select the start date time over here. That is basically when we actually have created our task. So that is our start date time. So we created our task. Let us search for it. Created our task at this moment. This is our start date time details. We are going to select it. Moving forward, now we have to map the end date time details. So this is basically your due date. Let us select the due date. Okay, so let me first select this due date. And how about reading this thing? So here we can see is we have to enter our event end date time value in this format. Why? Because Google Calendar basically accept all the details of date and time in this format only. And as you can see, I have the end time date details in this format, which is not acceptable by Google Calendar, and that is why what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another action event that is called date and time formatter. Prior this Google Calendar create an event action. Click on this plus button, choose the application, date and time formatter, move to your action event, select this option format date with time, connect with date time formatter. Now here you can see the set of blanks. Now we have to fill in the details here. So now we have to fill in the details as the date. So date is basically the date created. No, basically this is the date that we have to enter, which we actually want to convert it. So you remember the date we have to convert, that is the due date. So obviously we can search it. So we are going to select this option. Next is the time zone. So my time zone is Asia/Kolkata. It is available here. You can select your own time zone after clicking onto this option, that is the drag down option, like this. Now we have to select the format here, that is to format. Now let me tell you one thing, basically Google Calendar accept format which is this, that is years, year, month, date to hours, minutes and second. This is the format that Google Calendar will understand. So let us select this. Now we have to select two time zone, that is again same for me. So I'm going to enter Asia/Kolkata. I'm going to select it. Again, you have to select your own time zone after clicking onto this option. Click on save and send the test request. As you can see, the API response has been generated. Now moving to our Google Calendar create an event action. And how about now mapping the end date time? So click on this option, move to the bottom, and you can see the date time formatter and our new due date. So we can select this. This is our end date time. Now we have to map the time zone. Again, I'm going to enter Asia/Kolkata. You can enter your time zone details. Now we have to select the visibility. I'm going to keep it as public only. Now we have to fill in the guest details. Now who are the guests that we want to invite? So firstly, let's read it. You can enter multiple guests with curly brackets as shown here. So this is basically the format to enter the guest details. So I'm simply going to copy it, paste it, and replace the example ID to the guest ID I want to select. So that is basically mary.g@gmail.com. Okay, so if we want to add multiple guests, then this is the format. As you can see, okay, I skipped the bracket, no issue, I'm going to paste it. So to add multiple guests, we have to actually use comma in between. So I'm going to use comma, and again simply I'm going to copy this fully this time, paste it, and replace the example email address to the guest email address, and my new guest email address is john.h@gmail.com. Okay, so I have entered the guest list detail. Now moving forward, we have this event reoccurrence rule. So for that, let me first tell you what I am going to apply. I'm going to simply copy this reoccurrence rule and paste it here. Why? Because this reoccurrence rule is fine for me, that every day just remind me one time about the event or the new task. Okay, but in case you want multiple times to get notified about the new task, then you can change this event reoccurrence rule from here. Click on this tool. Now select the event reoccurrence rule that you want, the repeated time and time details, and after that what you will see is the R rule will be here. So the R rule will be generated here. You have to just copy it, move back to your Pabbly Connect account and paste it here. As I said, this is the find rule for me, so I simply copied it and pasted it here. Now the next step is save and send the test request. Now as you can see, the API response has been generated and all the details has been fetched up by Google Calendar. For example, the time we have created the task, the description we entered, let us check, the email address, the time zone that we enter, the reoccurrence rule, visibility, and everything related to that. Now this next step that we are going to do is check if a Google Calendar is updated with the new task details or not. Moving forward to a Google Calendar account. Yes, as you can see, I have entered and created the task at 13th and my due date was 22nd. So from 13th to 21st, Google Calendar will notify me about this event. Also, let us check the task details. So the guest name is fine, the description is fine for me, and the time is also fine for me. Moving back to our Pabbly Connect account, closing all the windows so that I can explain you this integration process in a very short time. So what basically we did is, first we integrated our Asana account to Pabbly Connect account, and then we integrated Pabbly Connect to Google Calendar. Now whatever the details that we are going to add in our new task details and the due dates and everything, it will be reflected to our Google Calendar because at this stage Asana account is integrated to Google Calendar. Now how about checking it? Let's create a new task. Moving to my task and the project, I'm going to add the new task, name it as dress design for girls this time. Add more details to it. I'm gonna assign it to Gary. How about adding the due date as 29th, adding the description as select and search the best dress designs for girls. Okay. So as we know that we have actually activated or so actually now we are going to check if Google Calendar is updated or not. If you remember, we actually added the action event called delay. That is why we are going to check it after 1 minute if all the details have been captured by Google Calendar or not. So after 1 minute, I'm going to check it. As you can see, the details has been captured by Google Calendar, and let us recheck it. The details were this, yes. Okay, so my end date was 29th. So I can see till 28th, Google Calendar will now going to notify me about this task. So move to Pabbly Connect account. So basically, this means we have integrated and...
Hello everyone. So in this video, we will learn how to automatically add Facebook events to Google Calendar. So let us begin with a small example. So this is a group that I have built. It is called as yoga session. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to create a new event. So let me just click on create event. Okay, in person. Okay, so the event name is meditation and yoga, and I'm going to schedule it from 15th of June, and the start time, how about let's keep it as 2 a.m. or let's schedule it at early morning. How about 7 a.m. okay, and let's make the end time at 10 a.m. So this event is for 3 hours. Okay, the start date is of 15th June from the start time, that is 7 a.m. and the end date is 15th June again, and the end time is 10 a.m. Okay, so we have 3 hours. So let's move to the next level. The location I'm planning is Bhopal. Okay, let me just add this one, the English version. Okay, how about this one? Click on next. The description I'm putting in, bring your own yoga mat. Okay, a small description. Click on next, and let me just click on create event. Okay, so as you can see, a new event has been scheduled, meditation and yoga. And basically the idea is that I'm straight away taking you to my Google Calendar to show you that if the event is scheduled in Google Calendar also on 15th of June from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. So let me just straight away take you to Google Calendar. And this is the 15th of June. Okay, so as you can see, the event hasn't appeared. Now there is something I have to tell you. Facebook actually takes an appreciable amount of time to send the data. So maybe, just maybe, we may have to wait 5 or 6 minutes to receive the data in Google Calendar. I repeat this again. You may have to wait 5 or 6 minutes so that the data from Facebook arrives in Google Calendar. It's an issue from Facebook. You don't have to worry. Just bear with me. So basically what I'm going to do here is, after a delay of 5-6 minutes when the data arrives, I will just show you. Till then, I'm pausing this video. Okay, so as you can see, after a delay of 3-4 minutes, we have got the result. So this is the event meditation and yoga, and it has been scheduled from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and this is going to be held at Narmada River, Hoshangabad, MP, India. Excellent. So you're obviously thinking, how did I do it? How did I manage to send the data from Facebook group to Google Calendar? So here I have used an integration and automation software called as Pabbly Connect that integrates Facebook and Google Calendar. Now the best part of using Pabbly Connect is there is no need for coding skills or programming knowledge. Let me show you the process. So in the new tab, just type pabbly.com, 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 press enter. Okay, so this is the website of pabbly.com, hover on products, and here you will find Connect. Just click on Connect. Okay, so this is the landing page of Pabbly Connect. Just click on sign in. Okay, so this is the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. As you can see, I already have made an account in Pabbly Connect. You can also create your own free account in just 2 minutes. Let me just scroll down and here you will find Connect. Just click on Access Now. Okay, so at the top right corner, you will find a button, Create Workflow. Click this. A dialog box appears in front of you. I'm going to give a name, Facebook to Google Calendar. Of course, you can give any name according to your choice. It's totally up to you. Okay, and let me just click on Create. So when you click on Create, you will find 2 windows, the trigger window as well as the action window. So basically, we are going to create a new workflow to integrate Facebook groups and Google Calendar. So you should know that after building this workflow, I will add the link of this workflow in the description box so that you can clone it and directly access it into your account. Okay, so in the Choose app, how about we make it as Facebook groups? Facebook groups it is. Now in the trigger event, how about we make it as new event? Okay, so new event is a trigger event. So you're obviously thinking, what is a trigger event? Trigger is basically a if statement. It asks a question, if this condition is met, what should be done? For example, if a new event is created in Facebook groups, then what action should be taken by the system? Now at present we only have one trigger event. That at present we have a ton of trigger events, that is new photo, new video, new comment, new post, and so on. But in case if you want more trigger events, all you have to do is just approach the help section. So when you click on the help section, you will be directed to Pabbly forums, and in Pabbly forums you can make a request that you want so and so trigger event. Okay, so let me just cancel this. So basically the gist is we are just trying to integrate Facebook groups to Pabbly Connect. Now there is a small app that you have to install before we begin the integration process, and the name of the app is Pabbly Connect app. Okay, so this is something you have to install in your Facebook group. So let me just straight away go to the group. So this is the group where I am the administrator. Remember this, you must have the administrator privileges. So I'm just taking it to the group. Okay, and what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to scroll down, and here you will find setting. So basically we are going to add a new add-on or basically a new app. So at the bottom you will find manage advanced settings. Click on this pencil button or basically the edit button. So as you can see, Pabbly Connect app has already been installed. Now if you want to install, just click on add app. Okay, and in the search just type Pabbly Connect. Okay, since it is already installed in my system, it is showing no apps. Okay, but in case if you search, you will find Pabbly Connect app here also. And after that, you just click it and it will be installed in your Facebook group. Okay, so let me just go back to groups. Okay, I'm assuming that you have installed the Pabbly Connect app. Okay, so I'm going to integrate Pabbly Connect to this particular group. Okay, so let me just go to Pabbly Connect and let me just click on connect. Okay, so in the new connection name, just click on connect with Facebook groups. Authorization successful, just press OK. Now we have the group called as yoga sessions. Okay, that's because there is only one group, that is yoga sessions. Now we do have a ton of groups, okay, but I'm actually not the administrator of these groups. I'm just a part of these groups, okay, but not the administrator. This is the group from which we want to create an event and send the data to Google Calendar. That is why we have selected it as yoga session. Now when I click on save and send test request, it will fetch the data of the recently created event. I repeat this again. When I click on save and send test request, it will fetch me the data of the recently created event in my Facebook group. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, for your consideration, I'm going to create a new event. Okay, so let me just click on create event in person. Now the start date, let's keep it as 16th and from 3 p.m. and it will end on 6 p.m. Okay, so the event name, okay, I'm forgotten. Yoga and happiness. Okay, so this is the session name, Yoga and Happiness, and it will start at 16th of June, that is 3 p.m. and it will end it on the same day on 6 p.m. Okay, and let me just click on next. The location I'm adding is this one, Green City, Bhopal, and click on next and bring water bottles and yoga mats. Click on next. And let me just click on create event. Okay, so a new event called as Yoga and Happiness has been scheduled in my Facebook group, and it is scheduled from 16th of June from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Okay, excellent. So what's next? So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to Pabbly Connect once again, and when I click on save and send test request, it will fetch the data of the recently created event. Now the recently created event is Yoga and Happiness. So when I click on save and send test request, it will definitely show the value, that is Yoga and Happiness. Let me click on save and send test request. Yes. So we have added the description, bring water bottles and yoga mats. We have got the description. The place name was Green City, Bhopal. The location was Bhopal, and yes, we have the name Yoga and Happiness. So let's have a look at the start time. So this is the start time, that is 16th of June 2021 3 p.m. and this is the end time. Okay, that is 16th of June, that is 6 p.m. So we have basically got all the details sufficient enough to create an event in Google Calendar. Now to create an event in Google Calendar, in the action window, you select the choose app as Google Calendar. Google Calendar. Okay, so Google Calendar it is. Now in the action event, how about we make it as create an event? Just click on connect. Click on connect with Google Calendar. Okay, so these are the series of Gmail accounts I have. Now I'm interested in working with this account, so I'm selecting this one. Now it is asking me to confirm my choice. Let me just press allow. Authorization successful, just press OK. So as you can see, by default it is showing the field calendar, and in the calendar we will have all the calendars that is present in my Google Calendar. So these are all the calendars. Let me just show you. So what I'm going to do here is basically I'm just going to create a new calendar. So these are all the calendars that is present here, is being reflected here. Now I'm going to create a new calendar. So the name of the calendar is Yoga Calendar. Okay, and let me just click on create calendar. So a calendar is getting created. The name of the calendar is Yoga Calendar. So the idea is that I will be scheduling the events from Facebook into this particular calendar. Okay, so let's explore. So let's explore this calendar. So what I'm going to do here is, already it is checked in. Okay, so let me just go to Pabbly Connect and let me just refresh this. So when we click on refresh, you can expect to find this newly created calendar in the drop down. So this is the calendar, yoga calendar, and we have selected it. Okay, so let's start mapping. So the title, so this is our title, that is basically yoga and happiness. Okay, this was the name of the event and which will be the title. So I'm just going to click here, click on the first accordion, and let me just add the title, yoga sessions. Oh, I'm sorry, yoga and happiness. This is the one. Okay, and now in the description it was something about the maps. Okay, yoga mats. Okay, and we have mapped it. The location was Green City, Bhopal, and we have mapped it. So we have to mention the start date time. So this is the start date time. Let me just scroll down. Okay, and we have mapped the start date time. Then we have to map the end date time. So this is the end date time, and we have mapped it. The time zone, I'm from Asia, Kolkata, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, now if you want to find other time zone, just click on here. Okay, so when you click on here, you will find the different time zones. If you are from America or if you are from Africa, you just simply copy this and just paste it here. Okay, now we have the visibility as public. Now if you're planning to bring any kind of guest, for example, just an example, I'm just going to figure out who is the greatest yoga teacher or the best yoga teacher. Okay, best yoga teacher in the world. Okay, so it is Richard Freeman. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to add the email of Richard Freeman, just for example. Okay, remember, I'm not really bringing Richard Freeman, I'm just giving the example. All you have to do is just copy this code. Okay, and this is how you enter the email. You just remove this and you just add the name of the person that you'll be tagging along. Richard Freeman, in my case it's Richard Freeman @gmail.com. Okay, so we are ready. Now in case if you are bringing more guests, enter a comma and once again enter this code, and inside this pair of double quotes you just enter the another email. Now we have the last thing, that is event recurrence rule. So I want the event to happen only once in a year, so I'm just going to copy this code and paste it here. Okay, so this is the event recurrence rule. So when I click on save and send test request, it will definitely create an event in Google Calendar. Let me do that. Okay, so the response is a positive one, so let's explore. Okay, so this is the Google Calendar, and I think we had scheduled the event for 16th, I think. Okay, yeah, we do have the event. That is from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Yoga and happiness. Okay, and this is the place, Green City, Bhopal. Excellent. So the presence of this data shows that we have successfully integrated Facebook groups and Google Calendar with help of Pabbly Connect. Now, before you leave, let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So let me just minimize this action window, and I'm going to minimize this trigger window. So basically, this is the whole process in a nutshell. First, you integrated Facebook to Pabbly Connect, and then you have integrated Pabbly Connect to Google Calendar. So now there's a perfect flow of data between Facebook and Google Calendar. Now, in case if you like this video, please comment, share, and subscribe. If you have any queries, visit our website www.pabbly.com. It's awesome. Thanks.